The House will be in order. Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 19th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ruben Gallego to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the Chair would now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debates. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until today at 2 p.m.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, as the world turns its attention to the final tributes of a great queen, we pray your blessing over the leaders of this country. Each day, as we renew our oath to support and defend its Constitution signed 235 years ago, renew in us our most sacred duty to maintain inviolable respect for the sustaining energy of a free government. While this document serves as the framework for the vital principles of liberty and security, it is you, Holy God, who laid the foundations of the earth and of our nation. Uphold us in our governance by the favor of your grace. Likewise, as we acknowledge the cornerstone George Washington laid 229 years ago for this magnificent Capitol building, we ask, O Lord, that you remain the foundation for all that takes place within these walls. Remind us that you, the master builder, have laid the footing of faith and virtue that you have tasked us, the American people, to build upon. May we be worthy of the legacy which we have inherited, and faithful to the privilege to serve in this house and in this country, the care for each you call us to steward with wisdom. Upheld by the strength of your name, we pray. Amen.
The Chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle. The Chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as the chaplain just previously mentioned, we recently celebrated the 235th anniversary of the signing of the United States Constitution in Philadelphia. As the member of Congress who represents the Independence Hall where it was drafted and adopted, it is a great honor for all of us in my district to know that our city played such an important role in the history and founding of our country. It is now up to all of us to again read our Constitution and bring it close to not only our minds, but our hearts. Every single day, we must work to uphold it and uphold our democracy. That I yield back.
The Chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Secretary of the Senate to request the House of Representatives to return the official papers to the Senate on S. 1198, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve and expand the Solid Start program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, over 100,000 Americans lost their lives to drug overdoses, and 70% of those deaths involved synthetic opioids like fentanyl. These lethal compounds have continued to pour across a southern border that is not secure and into communities that remained overwhelmed by this terrible onslaught. Unless we in Congress act, possessing fentanyl will become completely legal in just over 3 months, unless we work now to permanently make fentanyl a Schedule I narcotic. Americans will wake up on New Year's Day in a country where a drug responsible for tens of thousands of deaths can freely be sold on our streets. Our communities, they're counting on us. We need to pass legislation that permanently labels fentanyl as the deadly drug that we all know that it is. No more short-term bans. None. No more playing politics while lives are at stake. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute. Just want to be able to see it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the crisis at our southern border. The Biden administration's inaction and removal of vital policies such as Title 42 has caused a massive influx of illegal immigrants into our country. This past weekend, 1,433 migrants attempted to cross the border and claim asylum. In this group, there were 4 gang members, 1 sex offender, and 1 migrant with an active warrant out for their arrest. We need to approach immigration with common sense legislation that prevents bad actors like this from entering our country. It's disturbing to hear stories from people in the district who've lost loved ones or close friends from fentanyl overdoses and other illegal drugs coming across the southern border. Today, I would like to reiterate my calls for President Biden to visit the border. Since taking office, I have visited the southern border 3 times to listen to the stories of our fearless border agents about the Biden administration's ineffective policies. President Biden has proven that he is not interested in or capable of securing or keeping America safe. I'd like to wish an amazing person, my husband Kurt Meeks, a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Kurt. I'm also extending my deepest heartfelt sympathies to my sister-in-law, Diana Cogliano, Mary Eleanor Miller, and her husband, Ralph Martino, on the sudden passing of their mother, Josephine Martino, this morning when she passed. May God's grace go with you as you cross this journey. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Permission to address the House 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inflation has outpaced workers' wages for 17 months in a row under Biden. This has cost the average American worker over $3,000 in lost income, with the price of everyday costs such as gas, utility bills, and food reducing pocketbooks of families. Food costs alone are up over 11%, the largest one-year increase in prices in 43 years. More specifically, a trip to the grocery store will feature cost increases such as flour up 23%, roasted coffee up 19%, lunch meats up 18%, milk up 17%. According to a new Fox poll, the inflation is the largest issue facing American voters, along with murderous crime. We're preferring Republicans to handle these issues. Biden inflation is a tax on all Americans. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from a safe haven in Afghanistan to America. Happy birthday, Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
The chair lays before the House a message.
Resolve that the Secretary of the Senate be directed to request the House of Representatives to return to the Senate the bill, Senate 1198, entitled, An Act to Amend Title 38, United States Code, to improve and expand the Solid Start program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. Signed sincerely, Samaria Berry.
Without objection, the request is accepted.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, Myra Calderon, have been served with a subpoena for testimony issued by the Superior Court of California, County of Napa. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that the compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Myra Calderon, District Representative.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote where the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1456, the Peace Corps Reauthorization Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1456, a bill to amend the Peace Corps Act to reauthorize the Peace Corps, better support current and returned volunteers, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1456 as amended.
Without objection.
Without objection?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise today in strong support of the Peace Corps Reauthorization Act, and I thank Mr. Garamendi for authoring this important bill. This week marks 61 years in which President Kennedy signed the bill creating the Peace Corps into law, with the mission of promoting world peace and friendship. The Peace Corps has fulfilled this vision and has evolved into a vital diplomatic tool for U.S. foreign policy. Since 1961, more than 240,000 Americans have served as Peace Corps volunteers in 143 countries, conducting people-to-people diplomacy and development in partnership with communities in some of the poorest countries of the world. Volunteers work in sectors that include education, agriculture, environment, health, youth, and community economic development. From incorporating agroforestry technologies in Zambia's farming system to promoting volunteerism in Georgia, there's no doubt about the profound impact that the Peace Corps have had on the world's developing nations. In addition to changing the lives of people all over the world, the Peace Corps has also shaped the next generation of American and foreign leaders and change makers by fostering cross-cultural immersion and collaboration. Well, after 61 years of success, we think it's time to further strengthen the Peace Corps' global mission by providing additional resources to better the agency and to support its volunteers. Congress last authorized the Peace Corps in 1999. For this reason, the bill is timely, provides a much-needed update to benefits for volunteers that include readjustment allowance, re-enrollment priority, transition assistance, health insurance, non-competitive eligibility for federal employment, and updated workers' compensation. I want to thank Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall for moving this legislation forward in a bipartisan way. The bill will enhance the ability of the Peace Corps to make strong and strategic investments to meet the challenges of today and continue to be a transformative force for years to come. I strongly urge all members to vote in support of this critical legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentle lady from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mr. Garamendi and Mr. Graves for their bipartisan work on the Peace Corps Reauthorization Act. Last year, the Peace Corps celebrated its 60th anniversary. The Peace Corps has played an important role in America's foreign assistance efforts, and I want to thank the volunteers who have selflessly given their time to do work abroad. The Peace Corps faced many challenges during the pandemic, but I am pleased that volunteers are finally returning to their important tasks overseas. As they return, volunteer safety must continue to be the agency's top priority. Tragically, the number of volunteers reporting sexual assault during their service has risen. This is devastating, and we must continue to hold the Peace Corps accountable for maximizing the safety and welfare of our volunteers. This bill reinforces and builds on key reforms made by Congress in 2011, including extending the mandate of the Sexual Assault Advisory Council. It also expedites the re-enrollment process for volunteers whose service was cut short by the pandemic. and it directs the Peace Corps to establish a zero-tolerance policy on volunteer drug use. This bill is an important step toward exercising our oversight responsibilities and driving reforms that will protect the Peace Corps volunteers that we all represent. I reserve the balance of my time and yield back.
The gentlewoman reserved. Chair will receive a message.
Of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the representative from California, Representative Garamendi.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I'm excited to join my colleagues as we consider the first reauthorization of the Peace Corps in 2 decades, and also celebrate the 61st anniversary of the establishment of this extraordinary American invention. This week, we celebrate the anniversary of President John F. Kennedy's signing of the Peace Corps Act into law September 22, 1961. My wife, Patty, and I began our careers in public service when we joined the Peace Corps as young married graduates fresh out of UC Berkeley. Our post was to a remote village in western Ethiopia. We taught the 7th and 8th grades and engaged in community development. Like so many Americans of every age and background, we answered JFK's call to service. Over the 60 years since the first volunteers arrived in Liberia, more than 240,000 Americans have served in 143 countries. Their tasks were to assist in the economic and social development in those countries. JFK gave the call to service. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. By 1962, Peace Corps volunteers were in country. They were bringing advanced agricultural production techniques. They were teaching, providing medical education and healthcare services. They were creating cooperatives. They were building roads. They were bringing every conceivable skill that every nation needed. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Peace Corps volunteers were asked by 13 newly independent states to come and bring the best of America with them. Americans, young and old, with every skill arrived. Since 1992, 3,552 American Peace Corps volunteers have served in Ukraine. Prior to the global COVID-19 pandemic, Peace Corps volunteers served in 61 countries. For 60 years, the benefits of these Peace Corps volunteers worked at home and abroad were undeniable. Over the decades, many members and former volunteers have had the honor of co-chairing the Congressional Peace Corps Caucus. I thank my co-chair, Garrett Graves, as we lead congressional understanding and support for this essential element of America's international engagement, and also the indelible impact that the Peace Corps service has had on the lives of so many around the world and in our own country. The COVID-19 pandemic shut down Peace Corps programs around the world. Today, the Peace Corps is diligently returning its volunteers to its essential work. The agency has set an ambitious goal of surpassing 10,000 volunteers annually serving abroad. Volunteers are now presently in 27 countries, and every month another country is restarting its program. My bill, the Bipartisan Peace Corps Reauthorization Act of 2021, H.R. 1456, builds upon the Sam Farr Nick Castle Peace Corps Reform Act of 2018 and the Katie Pusey Peace Corps Volunteer Protection Act of 2011. It does make many important reforms, which have already been discussed here on the floor. I would only add that it does guarantee additional health insurance coverage for returned volunteers immediately following their service and requires the Peace Corps to facilitate long-term public and private health insurance coverage opportunities for returned volunteers. As mentioned, the workers' compensation rate is increased. In total, this bill strengthens and the protection of volunteers against reprisals or retaliation for reporting wrongdoing within the agency and overseas. In total, this bill would provide the necessary federal resources to support international programs current and returning for former Peace Corps volunteers by authorizing an annual appropriation of $430,500,000. This current critical legislation will reinvigorate the Peace Corps and ensure that its essential work can continue to shape and inspire people around the world for years to come. In 1961, President Kennedy understood that the Peace Corps would, quote, permit our people to exercise more fully their responsibilities in the great common cause of world peace. He set out 3 goals, to paraphrase. First, unpack your bag, live with, and help meet the needs in your new community. Secondly, in your new community, work to create a better understanding of America by being the real face of America. And thirdly, bring an understanding of the world back home. I can think of no better way to honor
Gentleman's time
JFK's
has
vision.
expired.
I can think of no better way to honor JFK's
Gentleman's
vision.
time
I yield the
has
gentleman
expired.
30 additional seconds to finish.
Gentleman's recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can think of no better way to honor JFK's vision than for this Congress to pass the bipartisan Peace Corps Reauthorization Act and advance the Peace Corps into the 21st century. I urge my colleagues to pass this important bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. No
Then
further requests for time.
Reserve?
I reserve,
Gentleman
yes.
reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleague to support this bill. In the more than 2 decades since the Peace Corps was last authorized, the agency and its volunteers have done great work around the world on behalf of the American people. But the agency still has work to do. By building on key reforms as volunteers go back into the field, this legislation will ensure that the Peace Corps is prepared to meet the challenges of tomorrow. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1456, the Peace Corps Reauthorization Act as amended, would significantly upgrade the Peace Corps and better support Americans who are ready to serve their nation and make the world a better place. I also want to thank Mr. Garamendi for his service to the Peace Corps in Ethiopia and for this bill. It's clear from Mr. Garamendi and from many other Americans, we all know how their Peace Corps service has transformed their lives and the lives of those with whom they volunteered. All of this has contributed to a stronger American image abroad, reaffirming our conviction in the enduring value of the Peace Corps. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1456 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8453, upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement through Sanctions Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8453, a bill to provide for the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons undermining the Dayton Peace Agreement or threatening the security of Bosnia and Herzegovina and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material excuse me, on H.R. 8453 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8453, upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement through Sanctions Act. I'd like to thank Representatives Wild and Wagner for their dedicated efforts to introduce and move this important bill. The memories and horrific consequences of the Balkan Wars of the 1990s are with us all. Those of us who experienced that war in the region, those of us who worked on the ending of that war. I was one of those people. I was at the Dayton Peace Conference in 1995 as a young State Department staffer, and remember how close we came to failure and the extraordinarily positive consequences of success, ending a war that claimed 200,000 lives, reaffirming the centrality and importance of American leadership in Europe and the importance of the NATO alliance in keeping the peace in the transatlantic community. The fragile peace that we ushered in with the Dayton Accords was meant to leave the threats of ethnic nationalism and demagoguery in the past and to create a framework, as imperfect as it was, for cooperation and ultimately the integration of those countries into European institutions. Well, some of those young countries have done as we hoped. They successfully moved towards and integrated into the European Union and NATO. Some have struggled on that path, but are still striving for a democratic and prosperous future. Some of the problems that they still experience are internal, of their own making, but others are coming from outside actors, particularly Russia and China, who see an interest and an opportunity to keep these countries in chaos and limbo. In 2 weeks, the people of Bosnia will head to the polls in decisive elections that will determine their country's fate. However, in the lead up and following the elections, there will be temptations to break away from the Dayton Accords and the spirit of peace and partnership that they represent. The citizens of Bosnia deserve better from their leadership. So this legislation, which the House Committee on Foreign Affairs marked up in July, is designed to hold the bad actors holding Bosnia back accountable and to prevent others from hurting that country's chances to enjoy a free and democratic future. As we're learning from Putin's cruel and unjustified war on the people and the very idea of Ukraine, peace and democracy are not guaranteed, but must be fostered and protected always. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentle lady from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8453, the Upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement Through Sanctions Act. My bipartisan bill codifying key sanctions authorities that will help the United States stave off a serious crisis in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The country is headed into important general elections in just a few short weeks on October the 2nd. And time is running out to send a strong deterrent message to bad actors intent on destabilizing the country. Bosnia's democratic institutions, its territorial integrity, even the office of the High Representative, the independent body tasked with implementing the Dayton Accords, are all at risk. Peace in Bosnia came at a very steep price. Those who would threaten the very foundations of the country must be held accountable. The reckless secessionism and destabilizing actions of ethno-nationalist politicians like Milorad Dodik, the Serb member of Bosnia's tripartite presidency, are extremely dangerous. The October elections could be a critical flashpoint. It worries me tremendously, to see Serb and Croat nationalist parties, with the support of the ruthless Putin regime, working to roll back the progress Bosnia has made. We have a strong and vibrant Bosnian community in my hometown of St. Louis, Missouri. Many of my constituents fled to the city during and after the 1992 and 1995 Bosnian War, in which more than 100,000, 200,000 lost their lives. My constituents want to see their homeland prosper as a unified, sovereign, and multi-ethnic state. I cannot imagine the heartache they must feel when Dodik denies the horrifying genocide committed by Serb troops against Bosniak Muslims at Srebrenica, or when he threatens to lead the dissolution of Bosnia. These actions are offensive to those who lost loved ones in the Bosnian War, and they are profoundly dangerous to Bosnia's future. It is imperative, Mr. Speaker, that the United States wield our economic toolkit to deter threats to Bosnian sovereignty and territorial integrity as the country navigates these challenges. H.R. 8453 codifies and mandates key sanctions authorities to address the political crisis and corruption in Bosnia. Ahead of the country's October general election, this bill sends a critical signal to local officials engaging in destabilizing and anti-democratic behavior, and to Russia for its destructive influence, that the United States will hold them accountable. At this volatile moment, Bosnians need the United States House of Representatives to stand in unequivocal support of their peaceful, democratic future. I appreciate the Chair and Ranking Member's swift attention to this urgently needed bill that I have the great honor of putting forward. I'd also like to thank Representative Wild for working with me on this legislation. I want to urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 8453, the Upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement Through Sanctions Act. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just would like to thank Representatives Wild for working with me on this important legislation. And as a guarantor of the Dayton Peace Agreement, the United States cannot stand by while Bosnia and Herzegovina is threatened by destabilizing ethno-nationalist forces and Russia's destructive influence. This legislation sends an unmistakable message to any actor that threatens the peace, security, and stability or territorial integrity of Bosnia. If such destabilizing behavior is not ceased, he or she will be sanctioned. These sanctions will not be considered nor deliberated over, but mandated. With the country's October election less than a month away, the time for the U.S. House of Representatives to act is now. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8453, Upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement Through Sanctions Act, will help prevent malevolent actors from undermining peace and stability in Bosnia, to protect that country's free and democratic future from efforts to unravel the Dayton Accords. The progress made since the devastating Balkan Wars of the 1990s must be preserved. Efforts to provoke tensions must not and will not be tolerated by the United States. Russia's war of choice in Ukraine has showed us the consequences of a land war in Europe in the 21st century. We cannot allow anything remotely similar to happen in the Balkans, and I'm confident that Congress and the administration will work together to prevent that. I once again thank my colleagues, Representatives Wild and Wagner, for introducing H.R. 8453 and hope my colleagues will join us in supporting this bill. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8453 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay, and I should hand this to you as well. Seems like they had a bunch. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6846, the Corruption, Overthrowing, Rule of Law, and Ruining Ukraine, Putin's Trifecta, or Corrupt Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6846, a bill to require a review of sanctions with respect to Russian kleptocrats and human rights abusers.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 6846.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6846, the Corruption, Overthrowing, Rule of Law, and Ruining Ukraine, Putin's Trifecta Act, or better known as the Corrupt Act. As you can imagine, we worked hard on that acronym. I want to first thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This was a bipartisan effort. Representatives Curtis, Kinzinger, Salazar, Fitzpatrick, and Joe Wilson on the Republican side. You led this bill with me when Putin's invasion kicked off. And despite what the news often says, behind the curtains, I've seen tremendous bipartisan unity over the last 6 months to ensure that Ukraine's brave people have all of the military hardware and economic support that they need. I'd like to start by reminding us why we're advancing the Corrupt Act today. We're passing this bill today because of the death and destruction in Ukraine. Right here you see a picture from the village of Bucha. When Bucha was liberated, Ukrainians found mass graves with hundreds, including many civilians, with hands tied behind their backs. The Associated Press says more than 1,300 bodies have been found in just this one location. And sadly, as the Ukrainian military advances and retakes more of its sovereign territory from the Russian invaders, more such evidence of massacres is coming to light. We are here because this is a moral outrage, because this is evil. We're also here because we understand that the people of Ukraine are not just fighting for their country, they're fighting for ours. They're not just fighting for their freedom and security, they're fighting for ours. They're fighting for the idea that in the 21st century, no country can change borders with tanks. No leader can seek power through murder. These are principles that protect everybody in the world, including the people of the United States. And with this bill, we are sending another clear bipartisan signal that Congress supports President Biden's unprecedented sanctions against Putin's regime, and that we will continue to push for targeted sanctions against key enablers of Putin's repression until Ukraine is free. Now, we have before us a list of nearly 200 key cronies of Putin, identified by brave Russian democracy activists. These are the people who keep Putin in power and continue to fuel the war in Ukraine. They must not continue to profit from investments, accounts, condos, properties, planes, yachts held in the West. But I also want to use this opportunity to make an important point, that Putin's senseless invasion started with his cruel repression inside Russia. The first victims of Putin were in Russia, brave Russians who stood up for democracy and freedom in this country. Right here you see a picture of a dear friend of mine, Vladimir Kara-Murza. He's a brave Russian hero. Putin tried to poison him twice, and he survived, miraculously. Putin now holds him in Russia's new gulags. Why? Because he openly calls for democracy and freedom in Russia. So you don't get to the war crimes in Bucha without this. So this is why the U.S. Congress is going to continue pushing for targeted sanctions against those corrupt cronies of Putin, propping up his repression and fueling the horrific war in Ukraine. Because it's the same people responsible for both of these crimes. Because we believe it's what's best for the Ukrainian people and the Russian people and for the United States. I'd like to use Vladimir Kara-Murza's own words to make that point. He said that the Magnitsky Act, the bill that we passed years ago to facilitate the sanctions against corrupt and repressive cronies of the Putin regime, the Magnitsky Act is the most pro-Russian law ever to have been passed by a foreign parliament. Nothing can send a chill down the backs of Putin's autocratic enablers like the realization that not even the Kremlin, with all of its patronage, all of its oil money, will be able to guarantee their ill-gotten gains. Finally, as we continue to freeze the assets of corrupt Russian officials and leaders, we must also face the fact that many of their condominiums and villas and investment accounts and trusts remain hidden right here in the United States because of loopholes in our own laws. So I'm going to continue to push with the same congressional leaders who have supported the Corrupt Act, the bill we're passing today, Representatives Maria Salazar, Joe Wilson, Steve Cohen, Abigail Spanberger, Richard Hudson, to include the House-passed Enablers Act in this year's NDAA, the National Defense Bill. It will make sure that Putin's cronies, the ones who we are sanctioning today in the Corrupt Act, as well as Venezuelan kleptocrats and Chinese Communist Party officials repressing their people, that these dictators and their enablers can no longer hide their money and earn interest here in New Jersey, in Florida, and across America. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is now recognized.
I rise in support of this bill, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, without question, the horrific and illegal war Russia is waging against the people of Ukraine is Putin's war. But Putin's regime, and by extension, his barbaric behavior in Ukraine, are shamelessly supported by too many Russian military officials, lawmakers, oligarchs, and propagandists who have yet to face U.S. sanctions. These enablers and supporters of Putin's unprovoked war of aggression should not be able to set foot in the United States of America. They should not be able to enjoy their ill-gotten wealth here. They should not be able to buy expensive homes here. And they should not be able to send their children to school here. Failing to act would be a great disservice to the victims of Putin's depravity, not just in Ukraine, but those in Russia as well, who have suffered from the Kremlin's domestic crackdown. At the outset of the full-scale invasion, Putin signed a ludicrous law mandating sentences of up to 15 years for telling the truth about his war in Ukraine. In Russia, calling it a war and not a special operation is illegal. Questioning the wisdom of his unjustifiable war is illegal. Those still brave enough to speak out these truths, including Vladimir Kara-Murza, now still sit behind bars in Russia as political prisoners. This bill calls on the administration to make a sanctions determination for nearly 200 Russians linked to the regime's pervasive corruption, and human rights violations. These names were compiled by a team of investigators organized by now jailed Russian opposition politician and anti-corruption crusader Alexei Navalny, for not only their part in Putin's kleptocracy, but also for supporting the Kremlin's war against Ukraine. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill to send a strong signal to Putin's regime and all his cronies that they will be held accountable for backing the regime's crimes at home and abroad. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is now recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is now recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
So recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in the months leading up to February 24th, many of us called for the Biden administration to impose severe sanctions before, let me underscore, before the Russian troops amassing on Ukraine's border invaded. These sanctions, we argued, would make crystal clear to Putin and his cronies that they would be held accountable for launching this renewed invasion. Unfortunately, the administration chose not to heed this warning, sacrificing a final opportunity to deter the war raging today. And while the administration has since worked with allies and partners to cut off funding to Putin's war machine, it cannot rest in its efforts to target all those in Russia complicit in the Kremlin's crimes at home and abroad. Thus, I urge all my colleagues to support this bill to ensure Putin's enablers face real consequences. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
So recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6846, with this bill, with the Corrupt Act, we stand in bipartisan solidarity with the Ukrainian people and with the many people in Russia who oppose this war, who believe that Putin's regime is as destructive to their country as it is to the rest of the world. We are saying with passing this bill that the United States is absolutely committed to tracking down the dirty money that props up Putin's repression, his brutal criminal war in Ukraine, and hopefully as we scour the world to seize the yachts and the properties and the bank accounts of these people, we will be able to put the proceeds of that wealth to good use to help rebuild the country that Putin is destroying. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6846 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek a recognition?
The yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Yeah. Both from the same. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S. 3895, the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom Reauthorization Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3895, an act to extend and authorize annual appropriations for the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom through fiscal year 2024.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the other gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
who decides who the other gentleman is? That's a I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S. 3895.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong States Commission on International Religious Freedom Reauthorization Act of 2022. I thank our Senate colleagues and Mr. Smith and Ms. Eshoo for their leadership in advancing this important measure, and in Mr. Smith's case, his leadership over many, many years in advancing the cause of religious freedom across the world. Since 1998, U.S. CIRF, USCIRF, has served as the leading advisory panel to the U.S. government on matters related to religious freedom. It's responsible for monitoring the right to freedom of religion or belief abroad and making policy recommendations to the President, Secretary of State, and to us. The past several USCIRF reauthorizations have been bipartisan, faithful to the original mandate as established by Congress. Mr. Speaker, the right to practice a religion, or to practice no religion, is a fundamental human right. The principle of religious liberty should extend to all people, not only ones who come from a specific set of religious beliefs. As respect for democracy and human rights continues to be under stress in many parts of the world, the work of USCIRF and other human rights groups to shine a light on restrictions to religious freedom is even more important. So I want to thank Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall for moving this legislation forward in a bipartisan way. The bill will enhance the Commission's ability to continue its important work promoting religious freedom and to highlight those countries around the world that have to do better. I strongly urge all members to vote in support of the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill, S. 3895, and yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I, along with my good friend and colleague, Anna Eshoo, we have worked together on many religious freedom issues over the many years, have introduced the House companion bill to the Senate bill before us to reauthorize the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. It is both timely and essential that we pass this legislation. Timely because USCIRF's authorization runs out at the end of this month, and essential because the cause of religious freedom is under sustained and escalating threat around the globe, particularly in the world's remaining communist dictatorships, from Cuba to Vietnam, to North Korea, to Iran, and to the world's largest oppressor of religious freedom in the world today, the People's Republic of China under Xi Jinping. Indeed, just today we see that the great defender of religious liberty, 90-year-old Cardinal Joseph Zen, has been put on trial in Hong Kong, a city-state which once was a bastion of freedom, but which now, sadly, has buckled to the dictates of Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party. All of us here in Congress and the White House need to raise our voices in defense of Cardinal Zen. Sadly, we also need to add to that list of oppressors Nicaragua, where Comandante Daniel Ortega has reestablished his Sandinista dictatorship along communist lines and is waging a relentless war against the Catholic Church, the one institution which has consistently stood up for freedom throughout Ortega's tenure of abuse. I would note parenthetically that I met with Ortega in 1984 on a human rights trip with Tony Hall and Frank Wolf, and the man is back. He's been back for a number of years, and his proclivity towards dictatorial rule, imprisoning the very people who run against him. I held a hearing earlier this year with the wives of two of the opponents for him in the general election. And what does he do? It was with their wives, and they were very articulate, very passionate, very courageous in speaking out for their husbands. But Ortega says, I don't like what you're doing. I don't like that you're running against me, so he throws them in prison. And they're still in prison. And his repression of the church has reached new lows as we speak. USCIRF, Mr. Speaker, also calls attention to other issues around the world, including whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, you happen to be Jewish, or happen to be a member of a lesser-known faith. such as the Baha'i or the Falun Gong. USCIRF's reports, and I encourage everyone, go to their website and read their reports. They are fact-filled, they're very persuasive, they're based on all kinds of investigations. The NGOs, the human rights NGOs, all feed into them information about what's going on. They talk to the State Department, but they are really a good check on the State Department in terms of getting it right. And that is particularly true when it comes to designating certain countries to be CPC countries, countries of particular concern. Unfortunately, the State Department has a less than stellar record of picking and choosing and giving passing grades artificially to some countries that ought to be on the CPC designation, which is the worst violator and therefore susceptible to sanctioning by the United States government. Matter of fact, this just happened with regards to Nigeria, where USCIRF accurately labeled Nigeria a top-tier violator of religious freedom, while the State Department gave it an unwarranted upgrade right before the Secretary of State went to Abuja to meet with the president there. We should have said, Mr. President, this is the president of Nigeria, Buhari, you've got to clean up your act. The killing of Christians, of churches, houses of worship, and schools has to come to an end. Some of it he can't stop, but much of it the response could be far better, and unfortunately there's serious allegations of aiding and abetting, particularly with the Fulani, the killing of Christians there. I'd also point out to my colleagues that the Nuri, who's the chairman, the president of the USCIRF, he spent time, Turkel is his name, he spent time, he was born, of all places, in a Chinese detention center during the Cultural Revolution. He has been a leader on behalf of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, who, as we all know, as my colleagues on both sides of the aisle know, Tom, you know, we all know it, they're committing genocide. And now we have walking point of USCIRF, a man who was actually born in a detention center, and he has been articulate, strong, and just last week when the China Commission, of which I serve as ranking member, when he testified, he just hit it out of the park in terms of good factual information, persuasive what next to do with regards to that genocide and other concerns of all religious faiths that are being oppressed by the Chinese Communist Party. I would end by saying that it is this great commission that keeps speaking out so boldly about the synodization of all religions in China. That means they all comport with Xi Jinping's ideology, whether you're Catholic, Protestant, Buddhist, or Uyghurs, or Falun Gong. There they are, breathing down your neck and putting people into prisons if they do not adhere and comport with Xi Jinping mandates. Frank Wolf is now a member of the commission, and I congratulate him on that. Here's the guy that wrote the law in 1998, the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. We had real opposition to it. I was one of his co-sponsors, and I put together a number of hearings in my committee where the bill first originated. But it was Frank who was the absolute champion, and we named the 2016 Act after him to honor the champion work that he is doing, the life-changing work across the globe. So thank you, Frank, for your tenacious defense of religious freedom of all people. USCIRF needs to reauthorize it. I thank my colleague, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields or reserves? The gentleman reserves. The other gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
The other gentleman reserves.
The gentleman reserves.
I'll yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Yes, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
So recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S. 3895, the USCIRF Reauthorization Act, is critically needed to ensure that our country maintains the tools we need to stand up for human rights and in particular religious freedom around the world. I want to thank my friend from New Jersey once again for encouraging us to move on this and really for being the conscience of the House on these issues for so many, many years. I remember many times testifying before you back in the day, and I'm glad that you're still reminding us that this is some of the most important work that we can do. So I hope my colleagues will join me and support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3895? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does this gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7240, the Reinforcing Education Accountability and Development Act, or the READ Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7240, a bill to reauthorize the READ Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentleman also from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 7240 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7240, the reauthorization of the Reinforcing Education Accountability in Development, or the READ Act. I'd first like to thank my colleagues, Representative Bass and Representative Smith, for their leadership in this legislation. Also want to acknowledge former Appropriations Chairwoman Lowy for championing basic education programs for so many years in the House. The READ Act is just one piece of her great legacy. The bill we're considering today reauthorizes the READ Act for another 5 years, continuing our country's leadership in expanding access to basic education for kids around the world. As Chairwoman Lowy would say, education is one of the greatest force multipliers in foreign aid. Every dollar we spend on a child's education is an investment in their future and in a more peaceful and prosperous world. Since the READ Act was signed into law in 2017, we've made significant progress in responding to the needs of our partner countries to improve literacy, strengthen education systems, expand access to safe learning, and promote education as a foundation for sustained economic growth. Despite this progress, the READ Act and our basic education programs remain critical in the face of profound learning loss everywhere due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Learning poverty has increased by 1/3 in low and middle income countries, with an estimated 70% of 10-year-olds unable to understand a simple written text, up from 57% before the pandemic. According to the World Bank, this generation of students now risks losing $21 trillion in potential lifetime earnings, or the equivalent of 17% of the world's GDP. Millions of kids around the world remain out of school. Children need a quality education, whether in Bethesda, Nairobi, or Kabul. But investing U.S. taxpayers' dollars in this cause is not just charity, it's in our collective interest. Reauthorizing the READ Act is thus a step towards maintaining U.S. leadership in achieving this goal, and I urge my colleagues to support its passage through the House. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the READ Act reauthorization and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Karen Bass, for championing this effort. I'm proud to be the Republican lead on this bill. There are 50-plus co-sponsors on it, and it is a bipartisan bill that seeks to encourage and strengthen our efforts at education overseas. Investment in basic education, Mr. Speaker, is an investment in the prosperity and the security of the next generation and the communities they live in, and that applies both at home and abroad. Without the opportunity to attend school and learn how to read and write, children around the world are falling behind and are more vulnerable to extremism and to violence and to exploitation. In our Africa subcommittee, we have held together, when I was chairman of the committee, and now she as chair, a number of hearings about this challenge of helping these children so they can have good lives, care for their families, and be as well-read and as well-positioned in their communities as humanly possible. And that's why the United States is a leader in this sector. The United States provides $950 million to partner countries to support basic education around the world, making strategic investments in improving educational access, quality, and teacher training. While important gains have been made, COVID-19 had a devastating impact on learners, both in the United States and around the world. We all know that from our own work within our own constituencies. According to the most recent report to Congress on U.S. basic education programs, in 2021, 24 million additional students were at risk of dropping out of school, and 22 million more girls and young women were at risk of forced marriages, early marriages, especially as a result of this. And that's according to the most recent data coming from the ILO. And 9 million additional children were at risk of child labor, all because of the impacts of COVID. So we need to do a hurry-up offense, I think, to try to get back to normalcy and back to a better regimen of training and teaching. Despite these immense challenges, the U.S. government efforts to support basic education programs did reach 33.4 million learners in 73 countries around the world. And I'm very proud of the United States' efforts to invest in future generations. And it's a credit to our taxpayers that they are supportive of this, and they are, as well as this Congress on both sides of the aisle. So I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
I reserve.
Of our time. We have no further requests for speakers.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
This gentleman yields himself as much time as he may consume for the purpose of closing.
So recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 7240, the reauthorization of the Reinforcing Education Accountability and Development Act, or the READ Act, comes at a critical time. Despite the progress we've made towards expanding access to education around the world, COVID-19 has set us back, particularly in low and middle income countries. The bill demonstrates our continuing commitment to ensuring every child has access to safe, equitable, and quality education, and our confidence that every dollar invested in this cause returns dividends by way of global economic growth and stability. Once again, I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Bass, for introducing this bill, along with Representative Smith, and both for their leadership in advancing this critical reauthorization. Urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7240 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Seeing a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8503, the Securing Global Telecommunications Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8503, a bill to require the development of a strategy to promote the use of secure telecommunications infrastructure worldwide and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8503.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8503, the Securing Global Telecommunications Act, introduced by my colleagues, Representatives Manning and Kim. A week from today, the International Telecommunications Union, the UN organization that oversees global telecom and tech issues will have a plenipotentiary for the first time in 4 years. Crucially, among the elections to be held during this time, there will be an election to decide who will lead the agency as its Secretary General. The current Secretary General is a Chinese national who has used his position to bolster the PRC's interests. The upcoming race to decide who will next lead the organization is between an American, Doreen Bogdan-Martin, and a Russian national, Rashid Ismailov. The Russians and Chinese have consistently staked out positions on internet governance that would make the communications sector more friendly for authoritarian governments such as them, governments that want to crack down on human rights, on freedom of speech and expression. This bill is an answer that stakes out a better telecommunications future. It calls on the administration to submit a strategy on how to promote American economic and security interests in critical technologies like 5G, Open RAN, and low Earth orbit satellite internet. The bill positions the United States to lead on global telecommunications issues and requires the administration to increase reporting and transparency on Russian and PRC activities in the telecommunications sector. This information will help us better coordinate it with like-minded democracies on digital and internet freedom and security issues. I urge my colleagues to join us in supporting the bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8503 and yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to support the Securing Global Telecommunications Act, introduced by two of our colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Congresswoman Kathy Manning and Congresswoman Young Kim. The Chinese Communist Party does not hide the fact that its end goal is to replace freedom and democracy with dictatorship and oppression. And they use advanced communications such as 5G networks to spread their malign influence. The CCP seeks to spread that influence further by dominating the international standard-setting bodies that set the rules for the road for emerging technologies, to skew those standards and industries toward their interests and industries. This bipartisan bill seeks to bolster U.S. efforts that are already underway, but I think it takes it even further, to promote secure telecommunications infrastructure around the world. It will require, for example, that the U.S. Department of State submit a report on the Chinese and Russian efforts to advance their interests at international standard-setting bodies, as my colleague just pointed out from New Jersey, like the International Telecommunications Union, or ITU, and to identify opportunities for multilateral collaboration to promote secure telecom providers. Lastly, it codifies the International Digital Economic and Telecommunications Advisory Committee, which the State Department created to provide expert advice on the Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau on ICT policy matters. It's a good bill and deserves the support of members on both sides. I urge its support, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the representative from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my friend, Representative Malinowski, for yielding. I also want to thank Chairman Meeks for his leadership in advancing this legislation to the floor, and my friend Congresswoman Young Kim of California for partnering with me on this important bill. I rise today in support of my Securing Global Telecommunications Act, a bipartisan bill I introduced to help combat China's attempts to dominate the next generation of critical technology. Mr. Speaker, many of the products we use every day are connected to telecommunications networks, and they rely on a nearly invisible set of internationally agreed upon standards. Our strategic competitors, Russia and China, want to gain an unfair advantage over these critical areas. They are determined to set the rules of the road for the next generation of critical technologies like 5G and AI. They are relentless in their efforts to provide their own companies like Huawei and ZTE with an unfair advantage while shutting out all competitors. This effort is not just about helping their businesses win. This is about controlling a key strategic domain, which poses serious risks and consequences for the U.S. and for global security. That is because the PRC has demonstrated its willingness to abuse technology to steal data, conduct surveillance, and invade privacy, all to further their geopolitical agenda and bolster the model of a closed, authoritarian system of governance. The United States and our allies must work together to counter this threat. We need to develop and deploy more secure and better trusted tech and telecommunications infrastructure. My bipartisan bill will help do just that. First, the bill will require a comprehensive strategy for securing global telecommunications infrastructure worldwide, incorporating mobile networks, data centers, and emerging technologies like LEO satellites and 6G. We can't afford to be complacent about this challenge. We must have a cohesive strategy to address this issue. This bill will also help crack down on Russia's and China's malign influence at the International Telecommunication Union, or ITU, a little-known but incredibly important UN organization that could determine the standards behind the future of the digital world. It is vital that America and allied countries are in the room at the table and leading the charge to set the next generation technology standards. Finally, the bill would encourage the U.S. to work closely with our allies and partners to promote and finance secure networks and trusted vendors without having to rely on Chinese state-owned companies that threaten our security. Taken together, these important measures will help us shore up key gaps and vulnerabilities while countering China's strategic technology ambitions. Mr. Speaker, our adversaries hope and believe that they can achieve undue influence and dominance over international telecom infrastructure and technological standards. This bill is a step towards stopping their unfettered aggression in an area that is of vital strategic importance. It will help preserve our global leadership in tech and telecom, keep our companies competitive, and protect the safety and integrity of the networks we rely on every day. Once again, I thank Chairman Meeks for his leadership in this area. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman still reserves?
I reserve, yes.
The gentleman has the only amount of time remaining.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8503, the Securing Global Telecommunications Act, is important legislation that will position our country to be a leader in the world's telecommunication future. It will ensure that the U.S. government is taking steps to shore up and protect our digital infrastructure at home and help us better coordinate with like-minded democracies as we work to thwart Russia and the PRC's malign efforts to crack down on dissent and freedom of expression. I again thank my colleagues, Representatives Manning and Kim, for introducing it. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this bill and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8503 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8520, the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8520, a bill to establish certain reporting and other requirements relating to the telecommunications equipment and services produced or provided by certain entities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
Ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8520.
Without objection.
Yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8520, the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Act. Imagine the following. A senior official for a NATO ally of the United States transmits a vital national security matter to his country's embassy here in Washington. But before the call even reaches the embassy, it's intercepted by Chinese spyware, which transmits the call to Beijing before our officials even hear the top secret message. CCP officials have captured and recorded the information. Threats like this are very real and on the rise. Even here in the United States, intelligence and defense officials are concerned that telecommunications equipment made by the company Huawei could capture communications about our nuclear arsenal. Around the world, the problem is worse. Many of our partners and allies have all of their major cell phone networks backed by unsafe equipment, giving the PRC and its friends backdoor access to our private communications. Many countries, replete with this unsafe equipment, have mutual defense treaties with the United States. The Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Act would be a crucial tool to address these security issues. First, it would require State Department to ensure that the department itself is not relying on unsafe equipment in our embassies around the world. Second, it would require a comprehensive report on the telecommunications security of all countries with which the United States has a mutual defense treaty. Third, it authorizes our State Department to provide diplomatic support for telecommunications projects and pushes our U.S. Trade and Development Agency to finance important projects in this area. Finally, it requires mobile network operators listed on American stock exchanges to disclose whether they have Huawei, ZTE, or other unsafe equipment in their networks. Currently, many network operators fail to disclose this information despite existing sanctions against Huawei. This provision would be beneficial for our national security, but also crucial for investors and shareholders in these companies. I want to thank Representatives Wild and Wagner for their important work on this bill and urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting it. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act requires the State Department to conduct a report on the presence and risks posed by any Chinese telecommunications vendors like Huawei or ZTE in the networks of defense-allied countries. It also requires the General Accountability Office, or GAO, to report on Chinese and Russian telecoms suppliers serving U.S. embassies overseas. Finally, it tasks the State Department with identifying telecoms infrastructure projects that would strengthen U.S. national security and with helping countries currently being serviced by Chinese vendors to build capacity for replacing those vendors. I would hope by now that most U.S. officials understand the threats to U.S. national security posed by tech companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, like Huawei. But we must also ensure that our allies and partners are not duped by the seemingly low cost of telecom services provided by state-backed countries. While seemingly cheap, the real cost lies in giving the CCP control over all of their telecommunications data, which they will use to spread further their malign influence globally. So I support the bill strongly and yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey
reserve.
Or rather is now recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman is the only one with time remaining.
Well, then I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8520, the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Act, is an important initiative in finding and addressing American vulnerabilities to cyber spying and espionage, particularly in our communications with partners and allies whose unsecured networks may provide backdoor access to these increasing threats. I once again thank Representatives Wild and Wagner for their tremendous work in advancing the bill and their commitment to protecting our national security from cyber and security threats. I hope my colleagues will join us in supporting this bill and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8520 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7338, the Russia Cryptocurrency Transparency Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7338, a bill to require congressional notification prior to payments of Department of State rewards using cryptocurrencies, authorize the appointment of a Director of Digital Currency Security in the Office of Economic Sanctions Policy and Implementation of the Department of State and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in H.R. 7338 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7338, the Russia Cryptocurrency Transparency Act, introduced by the chairman and ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Representatives Meeks and McCall. I also want to acknowledge Chairwoman Waters of the Financial Services Committee, who's been deeply engaged on cryptocurrency issues for years and has shown such tremendous leadership on the topic. Russia's illegal, immoral, indefensible invasion of Ukraine has placed renewed focus on how the Putin regime evades sanctions and continues to fund itself. One answer is cryptocurrency. Virtually unregulated globally, cryptocurrency technology has increasingly become a tool for people seeking to avoid financial sanctions. While there are legitimate and responsible companies that police their platforms and products, there are also products like cryptocurrency tumblers that have little or no value to society other than helping people evade sanctions and launder money. At the same time, the people of Ukraine have demonstrated the potential value of cryptocurrency. Some refugees, for example, have found that it's a particularly useful way to conduct cross-border transactions, and the sale of non-fungible token has been used to support Ukraine and its people. Balancing these trade-offs is not easy, but Chairman Meeks's bill, I believe, strikes the right balance. It will provide necessary transparency and information about these practices to ensure that our foreign policy is up to the challenge of adapting to this new technology. I strongly support the measure, urge all of my colleagues to do the same, and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman also from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Russia Cryptocurrency Transparency Act, H.R. 7338, and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bipartisan legislation, authored by Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, would exercise oversight of the State Department's use of cryptocurrency as part of its rewards program, as well as measures to improve the efficacy and enforcement of U.S. sanctions against Russia. Emerging technologies like blockchain, the foundation for many cryptocurrencies, offer immense opportunities. For example, people around the world sent aid using cryptocurrency to those fleeing Russia's full-scale barbaric invasion of Ukraine. However, this bill will ensure that the U.S. is taking the necessary steps to prevent these emerging technologies from undermining sanctions, including those currently aimed at bankrupting Putin's war machine. While the rise of digital assets like cryptocurrencies promise innovative financial opportunity, digital assets could be ripe for abuse as Russia seeks to evade the unprecedented sanctions the United States and Europe have imposed for Vladimir Putin's brutal war of choice on Ukraine. This legislation will provide greater oversight over the State Department's rewards program, helping to ensure that these hard-to-trace funds are not falling into the hands of bad actors. It also will help the State Department develop sanctions enforcement mechanisms to prevent sanctions evasion through the use of cryptocurrencies. Given the tremendous need for humanitarian support as Europe faces the largest influx of refugees since World War II, this legislation also asks the State Department to assess how crypto can be used to support humanitarian assistance to Ukrainians fleeing the war. I urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank again my colleagues, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, for introducing this legislation. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting it and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7338 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6265, the Captagon Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6265, a bill to require a strategy by the United States government to disrupt and dismantle the Captagon trade and narcotics networks of Bashar al-Assad in Syria.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 6265. I also ask to include in the congressional record an exchange of letters between the chairman of the Foreign Affairs and chairman of the Judiciary Committee on H.R. 6265.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6265, the Captagon Act. I'd like to first thank Representatives French Hill and Brendan Boyle, as well as members from both sides of the aisle, for reintroducing this bipartisan legislation and addressing an important issue which continues to fuel the Assad regime's coffers and campaign of brutality. Despite condemnation from the United States and the international community, Bashar al-Assad's military has continued its assault on the Syrian people, continued to commit reprehensible crimes against humanity against them. Even as American and European sanctions restrict this regime's ability to transact and deal internationally, its campaign of brutality continues to seek sources of revenue around the world. One of these illicit sources of revenue is the smuggling of the narcotic stimulant drug Captagon, which is trafficked to, within, and around Syria, and has become a cash source for the Assad regime to enrich itself and prolong its atrocities against Syrians. Though initial steps have been taken by the State Department, our intelligence community, and drug enforcement agency to work with allies and partners to counter this traffic, more can and must be done. So the Captagon Act would require the federal government to develop an interagency strategy to disrupt and dismantle narcotics trafficking and networks linked to the Assad regime in Syria. It also requires reporting on such efforts and on coordination with our partners. It's an important step in ensuring we use every tool we have to stop the spread of Captagon in the region and to choke off illicit revenue for this brutal regime. I thank the bipartisan group of members, including you, Mr. Speaker, for presenting this measure and encourage my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill, and I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Congressman French Hill, a ranking member on the Financial Services Committee. He's author of this important legislation. And in the past, Mr. Speaker, he served under George Herbert Walker Bush as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Treasury. He also was the Special Assistant for Economic Policy under 41, George Herbert Walker Bush. So he brings a wealth of knowledge and information that we are blessed to have here in this House. So I'd like to yield to him such time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, I thank my two friends from New Jersey for managing the floor, and I want to thank my good friend, the Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Boyle, for working with me on this important legislation. And I do rise in support of H.R. 6265, the Captagon Act. I really appreciate Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall shepherding this legislation through the committee and now to the House floor. And as I said, Congressman Boyle and I worked collectively on this over the past year, and I appreciate his leadership on our Friends of Syria caucus. The decade of destruction and deteriorating human rights situation in Syria is well known. But just look at the poster next to me for a small snippet of the headlines coming out of the region as it relates to this poisonous drug, Captagon. In addition to regularly committing war crimes against his own people, the Assad regime in Syria is now becoming a narco state. Narcotic production and trafficking in Syria and its neighbors has become more expansive and more widespread. The current epicenter of the drug trade is in territory controlled by Assad's regime. This has been well known now for at least 2 years. And yet, despite that, just last week, the State Department and White House failed to include Syria in their required determinations of major drug transit and major illicit drug-producing countries. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from this July from Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas, Representative Brendan Broyle, and myself to Secretary Blinken urging that Syria be added to this determination.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this recent omission tracks with the administration's diplomacy disconnect from our American values. First, earlier this year, state erred and did not include Nigeria, leaving them off as a country of particular concern for religious freedom. And now it's Syria left off as a major drug-producing country. My friends, this is why this bill is so critical and important at this time. We need an all-of-government approach to addressing Assad's regime of drug production and trafficking. Captagon has already reached Europe, and it's only a matter of time before it reaches our shores. If we do not work with our like-minded partners, at first to hinder the narcotics trade and replace it with a working system of institutions that serve the Syrian people, then Assad will, in fact, add the title drug kingpin to his global recognition status as a leading mass murderer. I urge all my colleagues to support this important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is also. He reserves. Yes. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So recognized.
And I want to thank my good friend French Hill for authoring this very, very important piece of legislation. It mandates an interagency strategy on how the U.S. is responding to the destabilizing Captagon drug trade in the Middle East. Captagon, as I think my colleagues know, is a highly addictive amphetamine that's fast becoming the most widely abused drug in the Middle East. Given the growing threat Captagon poses to the stability in the region and to individual human lives, the lack of resources devoted to address its proliferation is alarming. In addition to this drug trade creating a crisis along Jordan's border, there's growing evidence that the murderous Assad regime is deeply involved in Captagon trafficking. This narco trafficking funds that fuels Assad's war on the Syrian people and further threatens regional stability. The administration clearly is not doing enough, as was pointed out by my good friend and colleague, French Hill, to focus on this threat, which is why we need this bill to admonish the administration, to force the administration, the executive branch, to acknowledge this problem and to respond to it. The Captagon Act will help ensure that we are countering this destabilizing drug trade, which is helping to bankroll one of the most brutal tyrants of our time. Yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Just want to once again thank my colleagues, Representatives French Hill and Brendan Boyle, you, Mr. Speaker, for introducing this critical legislation and hope all of our colleagues will join us in supporting it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6265? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays, please, sir.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Still the same group. Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass HRES 558, urging the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 558. Resolution urging the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on HRES 558 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 558, urging the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization. I'd first like to thank my dear friend Ted Deutsch, the chairman of our subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and global counterterrorism, for reintroducing this important legislation which previously did pass the House in the 115th Congress. When Ted departs our Foreign Affairs Committee in October, we are all going to miss his voice, particularly on issues regarding the Middle East, and his tireless advocacy and defense of American interest and those of our allies around the world. Now, despite all we know about Hezbollah, a murderous terrorist organization that also serves as an Iranian proxy in the region, our friends and partners in the European Union only include Hezbollah's military branch, not its political branch, on its list of sanctioned terrorist organizations. The government of the United States, in contrast, makes no distinction between its 2 branches and includes Hezbollah in its entirety on the U.S. foreign terrorist organization list because we know they are one and the same. The European Union is long overdue in coming to the same realization. Congress is pleased that many individual European countries have acted despite the position of the EU as a whole. The Arab League and the Gulf Cooperation Council have also designated Hezbollah in its entirety. So it remains troubling that the EU, an organization that shares so many of our values and interests and policy goals, continues to allow Hezbollah's political wing to operate freely, advancing Hezbollah's violent agenda around the world. I urge all my colleagues to support this important resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution and yield myself, pardon me, such time as I may consume.
So recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start off by thanking my good friend and colleague, Ted Deutsch, for not only introducing this important resolution, but his tremendous work during his tenure in the House, particularly in combating anti-Semitism. There's no better friend of Israel than Ted Deutsch, and there's no better friend of the Jewish community that is under siege here in the United States and around the world than Ted Deutsch. He and I co-chaired the House Anti-Semitism Task Force, and as we all know, or many of my colleagues know, he's leaving on October 1st to head up the American Jewish Committee, AJC. What is AJC's gain is our loss, for Ted has brought character and leadership to this Congress, and he will be deeply missed. And I thank you again for his very, very strong voice. Mr. Speaker, as the Lebanese lira continues its downward decline, Hezbollah has become increasingly reliant on illicit criminal networks across Europe to help finance their criminal enterprise. Combating Hezbollah's malign activity requires robust transatlantic law enforcement cooperation. This can only take place once Hezbollah is designated as a terrorist organization in its entirety. Recognizing an arbitrary distinction between Hezbollah's political and military wings gives Hezbollah space to operate across Europe, providing legal cover for its military wing to continue financing terrorism through its political branch. There is no distinction between Hezbollah's political and military wings. Both serve the same ugly, malign agenda that seeks to undermine the stability of the Lebanese state, prop up the murderous dictatorship of Bashar al-Assad, and threaten Israel's security. I welcome the recent steps taken by Germany and others to designate Hezbollah in full as a terrorist organization, and all of the European Union needs to do likewise. I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend, Representative Malinowski, for yielding. I also want to thank my dear friend and colleague, Congressman Ted Deutsch, for his tremendous leadership on this and so many issues as the chairman of the Subcommittee on Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism. It is a privilege to serve with him. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of HRES 558, a bipartisan resolution I was proud to help introduce with Chairman Deutsch, urging the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization. The Iranian-backed terrorist group Hezbollah is responsible for thousands of civilian deaths, not just in the Middle East, but around the globe. Until 9/11, Hezbollah had killed more Americans than any other terrorist group. And today, it maintains an arsenal of 150,000 rockets aimed at Israel. Just this past week, Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, issued a series of grave threats and provocations against Israel, claiming its missiles are locked on an Israeli offshore gas field, which Israel seeks to develop to export much-needed energy supplies to Europe. This is another reminder of why it is incomprehensible that any EU member can credibly assert any distinction between Hezbollah's so-called military and political wings. The truth is, there is one unified Hezbollah. It is dedicated to carrying out terrorist activities around the world. That is why this bipartisan resolution calls on our partners in the EU to take a stronger stand against worldwide terrorism by designating Hezbollah as a whole as a terrorist organization. We must continue to keep pressure on Hezbollah and all other terrorist groups that threaten the United States and our ally Israel and undermine peace, security, and stability throughout the region. I urge support for this bipartisan measure. I thank Chairman Deutsch for his steadfast leadership on this important issue, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Mr. Smith.
We have no further requests. I yield back to balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, is recognized.
I yield 6 minutes to the representative from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
The gentleman, my friend from Florida, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my good friend, Mr. Malinowski, for yielding and for his friendship and leadership. And kind words, I thank my other friend from New Jersey, so many friends from New Jersey, for your leadership, Mr. Smith, and for your kind words. I thank Ms. Manning for hers as well, both her leadership and kind words. I rise today in support of House Resolution 558, which urges the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization. Mr. Speaker, this is Hezbollah. Hezbollah that bombed the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, the U.S. and French Marine barracks in Beirut, the Israeli Embassy in Buenos Aires, the EMEA Jewish Center in Buenos Aires, bombed Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia, and has, as Ms. Manning pointed out, over 150,000 rockets pointed at Israeli civilians. First, I'd like to thank Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall for their leadership on the Foreign Affairs Committee and for bringing this resolution to the floor today. I also want to extend my gratitude to my good friend from Florida, Mr. Bill Rakis, for partnering with me on this resolution, and to Ranking Member Joe Wilson for his leadership on the subcommittee, for his commitment to working with me on this and a host of so many other critical issues critical to America's security. I would also like to take this moment on the House floor to thank my Foreign Affairs staff, Sophie Mervis, MENA staff director, professional staff member Jack Steinberg, and of course, Casey Custon, our former staff director. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, a Hezbollah suicide bomber blew up a bus in Burgas, Bulgaria. On that bus were 42 Israeli tourists, mostly young people. And that day, Hezbollah ended 5 lives, injured 32 others. In 2013, almost exactly 1 year later, the European Union took action to designate Hezbollah's military wing as a terrorist organization. But the inadvertent result of this designation was that a false distinction was made, a false distinction between Hezbollah's military and political wings. Let me be clear. There are no different branches of Hezbollah. It is, in its entirety, a terrorist organization. You don't need to take my word for this. The United States government makes no distinction between the organization's branches and includes Hezbollah in its entirety on the U.S. foreign terrorist organization list. But you also don't need to take our government's word for it, or the word of Germany or Israel or Guatemala, Argentina, the United Kingdom, or the many other countries that have designated all of Hezbollah, rightfully, as a terrorist organization. Take Hezbollah's word for it. One of their own representatives in the Lebanese parliament explicitly said, and I quote, "The military wing of Hezbollah is inseparable from its political wing," close quote. It is a fact that Hezbollah is one unified terrorist organization, an organization that, with support from the Iranian regime, has carried out horrific terror attacks around the globe and continues to spread violence and terror throughout the Middle East. It is an Iranian terror proxy, the same Iranian regime whose president last night on American television deemed the reality of the Holocaust, deemed it false, denied the reality of the Holocaust, and denied Israel's very right to exist. Iran-backed Hezbollah consistently threatens Israel and its citizens with drones, missiles, threats of invasion, and undermines stability and economic opportunity in Lebanon. What's more, the organization supports the brutal Assad regime and is complicit in its murder of more than 500,000 people from the ongoing conflict in Syria. The facts are clear. Around the world, Hezbollah should be designated as a terrorist organization in its entirety. That's why I stand in support of this resolution. As global partners of the United States and key players in the international rules-based order, the EU must designate all of Hezbollah a terrorist organization so we can increase global cooperation to isolate and dismantle the group. Now, I recognize there are legal concerns from our European friends that designating all of Hezbollah as a terrorist organization could prevent support for the Lebanese people, as Hezbollah has infiltrated the country's political system. But the EU rightfully recognizes Hamas in its entirety as a terrorist organization, despite the fact that Hamas operates as a political party in Gaza. This does not impact the EU's ability to support Gaza reconstruction, just as designating Hezbollah as a whole would not prevent the EU from supporting the needs of the people of Lebanon and the refugees inside Lebanon. It's time for the EU to fix this false distinction once and for all, and the global momentum is on our side. In 2016, the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Arab League both designated Hezbollah as a terrorist organization with no distinction between its political and military wings, despite Lebanon being a member of the Arab League. The EU should take note of that. A full EU designation now would demonstrate Europe's commitment to cracking down on Iran's use of proxy terrorist groups, destabilizing the region, and attacking our shared national security priorities. This resolution sends an important message to our European allies. More can and must be done to counter the Iranian proxy Hezbollah, which begins with calling them what they are, a terrorist organization in its entirety that's committed to the destruction of our ally Israel, continues to undermine the values and interests of both the United States and Europe. It's time for the EU to join us in designating Hezbollah in its entirety. A nearly identical measure passed this House in 2017 by a voice vote. And as I conclude, if I may have an additional 90 seconds.
90 seconds to the
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came to Congress in April 2010 committed to standing up to Iran's malign activities and support for Hezbollah as a prime example. And as I prepare to conclude my time in this chamber, I urge my colleagues to continue to unite the world against Iran's terror proxies, to boldly take action to ensure Iran never has nuclear weapons, never forgets that the U.S. will always stand against its human rights violations, against its support for terror, against its anti-Semitism, against its calls for Israel's destruction, against its unlawful detention of Americans, Murad Tabaz, Ahmad Shargi, Siamak Namazi, Bakr Namazi, and refuses to bring closure to the family of Bob Levinson. My colleagues, we must continue to stand up to Iran's aggression. Today's vote is a vote to urge our European allies to designate all of Hezbollah what it is, an Iran-backed terror proxy. I thank my colleagues for their cooperation on this bill. I thank them for their friendship all these many years, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'm ready to close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly agree with Representative Deutsch. I've always believed the first principle of foreign policy is to call things by their proper name. Sometimes we have to be pragmatic in our dealings around the world, but always start by being honest. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. Say it. The European Union should do so as well. Today, we are being heard again on a bipartisan basis, loud and clear, and I hope the European Union hears our message. Hope my colleagues will join us in supporting this resolution, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 558 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of Chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Tomorrow is... Ooh.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1433 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1433, a bill to reauthorize the Helen Keller National Center for Youth and Adults who are deafblind.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Sempolinsky, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exert extraneous material on H.R. 1433, the Helen Keller National Center Reauthorization Act of 2022.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1433, the Helen Keller National Center Reauthorization Act, which would reauthorize the Helen Keller National Center for 5 years. The Helen Keller National Center for Deafblind Youth and Adults was first authorized in Congress in 1967 to assist the deafblind community in America. To this day, it is the only comprehensive national program that provides information, referrals, support, and training exclusively to Americans who have combined vision and hearing loss, while also supporting families and professionals who work with the deafblind community. Moreover, the Helen Keller National Center is the only comprehensive national program that provides for information, referral, support, and training exclusively to youths and adults who have combined vision and hearing loss. The center also supports families and professionals who work with the deafblind community. And thankfully, through our actions today, we'll be one step closer to reauthorizing the center's important work through 2027. The Helen Keller Center performs life-changing work. This work and the population it serves deserves all of our support. Lastly, I'd like to thank the sponsors of the legislation, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, co-sponsors, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for their leadership on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support the American deafblind community and support this bipartisan legislation before us. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1433, bipartisan legislation to reauthorize the Helen Keller National Center Act. This center is unique. In fact, it's the only one of its kind. Since 1967, this center has helped individuals with combined vision and hearing loss by providing them, as well as their families and service providers, with specialized intensive services to help them lead successful and independent lives. This includes, but isn't limited to, career and technical education. Simply put, the center offers hope and dignity to those it serves. This center is on the forefront of research in developing new and innovative ways for those who are that are deafblind to live a full and independent life. The end goal is allowing those with combined vision and hearing loss to work and thrive in communities of their choice. The Helen Keller National Center is living up to the legacy of its namesake. Helen Keller is the epitome of perseverance. She overcame every obstacle to lead a successful life that impacted the lives of so many. She once wrote, "A happy life consists not in the absence, but in the mastery of hardships." There is so much we can learn from Helen Keller's commitment to serving others despite her own trials. This bipartisan bill will ensure that the Helen Keller National Center continues to help deaf-blind youth and adults triumph over adversity, just as Helen Keller did more than 50 years ago. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and in doing, empower those who are deafblind to live full, successful, and independent lives. This bill will help ensure these students and adults have all the resources they need to reach their fullest potential. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, a co-sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Swazi.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of H.R. 1433, the reauthorization of the Helen Keller National Center for the Deaf, Blind, Youth, and Adults here in our country. Let me start by thanking not only the chairman, but Congressman Pocan and all of my colleagues who on a bipartisan basis have shown overwhelming support for this legislation and the National Center. The National Center for the Deafblind, the Helen Keller Center, located in my district, is the only center of its type anywhere in the nation. People from all over the country travel to this center for help, and they have regional support centers as well. In my first 2 weeks in office, back in 2017, I visited the Helen Keller National Center for the first time. And the stories that I heard from people whose lives were changed, whose families' lives were changed because of the miracles that were brought into their lives by this exceptional national treasure. People's lives have been changed dramatically because of the work of this center supported by this Congress for 55 years since 1967. We need to continue to support this center. I thank my colleagues for the great work that they've done in supporting it, continuing to increase its funding year after year, and let us keep on working together on a bipartisan basis to serve the people of our country, especially this vulnerable population. Imagine what it would be like to be deaf and blind. This is truly a national treasure, and I thank my colleagues for their support. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Sempolinski, is recognized.
And we're prepared to close if the gentleman is.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
In which
The
case,
gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of reauthorizing the Helen Keller National Center Act. Helen Keller's story is an example of determination and hard work. Not only did she overcome her difficulties, she also worked tirelessly to better the lives of others. In doing so, she showed the world there were no boundaries. And that's how this center looks at its work and those that it serves. As a parent of a child with a disability, this issue is very near and dear to my heart. That's why I'm glad to have this time today to share my thoughts and experiences. I know firsthand the importance of each child with a disability having every possible opportunity to succeed and thrive. Any parent of a child with any disability can tell you that their top priority is to provide the very best for their children's education and growth. I will work tirelessly in and out of Congress for the disability community. This is one of many reasons why I support this bill. Today's bipartisan legislation will allow the center to continue its invaluable research and developmental programs in several areas, including communication techniques and teaching methods. All this leads to improved program offerings and ultimately better lives for deafblind Americans and their families. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1433. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, this legislation will help members of the deafblind community across the country. I want to thank the gentleman from New York for his leadership, along with the sponsors and co-sponsors of the legislation. I'm proud that the House is considering this legislation today. I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1433 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I
from
request the
Georgia.
yeas and nays.
The gentleman for Georgia has called for the yeas and nays are now requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S. 3157.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3157, an act to require the Secretary of Labor to conduct a study of the factors affecting employment opportunities for immigrants and refugees with professional credentials obtained in foreign countries.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Sempolinski, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S. 3157, Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, each year millions of immigrants and refugees come to the United States to find a better life and achieve the American dream. Many of these new Americans arrive with valuable experience in specialized fields and international degrees that could help strengthen our communities and our economy. Regrettably, we know that these Americans face barriers that prevent them from utilizing their skills and credentials to contribute to our country and pursue their careers. In fact, nearly 2 million highly skilled immigrants are underemployed or working in low-skilled jobs instead of their expert fields. These barriers directly affect our economy, costing tens of billions of dollars in foregone wages and billions in lost federal, state, and local tax payments each year. In response, the Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act will help us better understand not only the employment barriers facing immigrants and refugees, but also steps we can take to ensure that new Americans can join our economic growth and pursue careers in which they can succeed to their fullest potential. I urge a yes vote on this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act. I applaud our colleagues in the Senate for approving this bill this summer by unanimous consent. I also want to acknowledge our colleague, Mr. John Katko, for his work on a companion bill in the House. S. 3157 directs the Secretary of Labor to conduct a study on barriers to employment for legal immigrants and refugees who earned their professional credentials somewhere other than the United States. The study will also include policy recommendations for better helping these immigrants and refugees obtain skill-appropriate employment in the United States. Obstacles for foreign-educated immigrants and refugees who are legally in the United States but are unemployed or underemployed include language barriers, credential recognition difficulties, regulatory hurdles, and a lack of professional networks to offer assistance. This underutilization of skills or brain waste is costing the United States billions of dollars per year in lost individual earnings, economic output, and tax revenue. The healthcare sector is especially impacted by this challenge. 2 million immigrants with college degrees in the United States have been relegated to low-wage jobs or unable to find work, often because of licensing, credential recognition, and other barriers. This leaves immigrants and refugees unable to contribute fully to the economy, reach their full potential, or secure the American dream. In addition to providing recommendations for addressing these challenges for individual immigrants and their families, S. 3157 will benefit all Americans and our economy. With too many jobs still going unfilled and a rapidly evolving labor market, it is vital we address this issue now. I urge my colleagues to support S. 3157, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the chair of the Subcommittee on Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Workforce Development on the Small Business Committee, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S. 3157, a bill to help eliminate barriers to employment facing immigrants and refugees across the country. I represent one of the most diverse districts in Colorado, and we know in Colorado and in my community that diversity is our strength. Many of our immigrant and refugee neighbors have skills and professional credentials they can't use because of regulatory hurdles. These hurdles, whether language barriers, difficulty in recognizing credentials, or a lack of professional networks, prevent many from making a good living for their families or contributing fully to our economy and reaching their full potential. The unemployment and underemployment of these folks is a missed opportunity for our businesses, for our community, and for our country. In 2016, across the U.S., nearly 2 million immigrants with college degrees were unable to find work or were employed in low-wage jobs. This includes more than 1/3 of the 11,000 immigrants in the state of Colorado with health-related undergraduate degrees in 2020. Identifying these barriers to full employment for these immigrants and refugees is an essential first step to overcoming them. This bill would direct the Department of Labor to conduct a collaborative interagency study of the barriers that hold back refugees and immigrants from their full potential. I thank Senator Klobuchar and Congressman Katko for their diligence in this effort, and I urge my colleagues to join us in supporting passage of this bill today. I yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, my friend, Mr. Katko.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Kako, is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of S. 3157, the Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act. This legislation's journey to the House floor began in my office 3 years ago and was born out of a conversation with Interfaith Works of Central New York, a nonprofit in my district. Interfaith Work serves the Central New York community by working to resettle individuals and families that have fled unimaginable hardship, seeking opportunity and prosperity legally in the United States. As advocates from the organization with firsthand experience described, Interfaith's resettlement efforts consistently encounter a troubling trend: underemployment or unemployment among individuals that come to America with professional degrees and certifications from other countries. This phenomenon, often referred to as brain waste, impacts individuals with skills and experiences in a wide range of in-demand fields, and it is by no means isolated to Central New York. A study by the Migration Policy Institute estimated that 2 million immigrants and refugees with college degrees have been relegated to low-wage jobs or left unemployed in the U.S., with 60% of these individuals holding credentials in the healthcare sector. On an annual basis, this untapped talent is estimated to cost nearly $40 billion in uncollected wages and over $10 billion in unrealized tax receipts. Simply put, these are individuals who came to our country through the proper channels, and I can't stress that enough, who want to contribute to our economy and who are now facing significant obstacles in seeking employment through no fault of their own. Most concerningly, the underutilization of their skills comes in the midst of a nationwide workforce crisis, when our economy needs their contributions more than nearly any point in my lifetime. So, what is Congress going to do about it? I am proud to say that the Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act takes a significant first step in addressing brain waste and enabling millions of individuals who are already legally present in the United States to participate fully in our economy. This bill would seek to identify the underlying factors that contribute to brain waste by directing the Department of Labor to study existing barriers and issue recommendations to help combat them. Critically, the narrowly tailored consensus approach taken by this legislation has already received strong bipartisan support, with the legislation passing the Senate by unanimous consent earlier this year. The Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act also has significant nationwide and significant support nationwide, and has been endorsed by over 200 workforce development groups and community organizations. I want to thank Representatives Crow, Fitzpatrick, and Gottheimer for joining me in introducing the House version of this bill in a bipartisan manner, as well as Senators Klobuchar and Cornyn for their work to move this legislation through the Senate. I also want to thank the hundreds of national advocates who have worked tirelessly to raise awareness surrounding this brain waste and to build support for this common sense legislation. This bill is about upholding the American dream and unlocking opportunities for millions of workers, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in voting to send it to the President's desk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Mr. Kako yields back. The gentleman
Reserve.
from New York reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
We are also prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman, Mr. Sepolinsky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act. This bill will help us understand how to give legal immigrants with professional credentials more access to opportunities in our country. Immigrants and refugees who spent years earning college degrees and professional credentials should not be relegated to low-wage jobs because they are educated outside the United States. Those pursuing a better life and respecting our laws should be commended, not punished. S. 3157 will shed light on the bureaucratic hurdles and unnecessary red tape these workers face and how we might remove these obstacles. It would be foolish of us to let good talent go to waste, especially as our country continues to face a labor shortage, particularly in the healthcare sector. This legislation is common sense. It will help immigrants and refugees who are in our country legally fulfill their potential, better provide for their families, and become even more of an asset to our economy. I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have pointed out, the Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act is particularly critical as we continue to recover from the economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now more than ever, we must draw from the skills of our nation's immigrants and refugees to accelerate our recovery and strengthen our communities. In other words, this bill will ensure that the new Americans can reestablish their careers, succeed to their full potential, and join the effort to build back a brighter future for all Americans. I want to thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Simuletsky, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko, gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, as well as Senator Klobuchar of Minnesota, Senator Cornyn of Texas, Senator Coons of Maryland, and Senator Murkowski from Alaska for their leadership on this legislative priority. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3157? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays so requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause A of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7566.
The clerk will report the title of the bill. The clerk will report the title of the bill as amended.
Union Calendar Number 369, H.R. 7566, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to increase the punishment for human trafficking in a school zone and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 7566.
Without objection?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, this bill was introduced as an important response to stopping trafficking, sex trafficking at schools. In fact, its name was Stop Human Trafficking in School Zones. I introduced that bill to stop human trafficking in school zones. We're glad to be here on the floor of the House to continue this journey in protecting our children. I want to start with the words from the Major Cities Chiefs, one of the major supporters of this legislation. Child sex trafficking is one of the most despicable crimes an individual can commit. Sadly, there are far too many children victimized by this scourge. For example, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received more than 17,200 reports of possible child sex trafficking in 2021. It's especially troubling that these crimes sometimes occur at schools, which should be a safe haven for America's children. Besides gun violence, human trafficking, sex trafficking is a scourge that takes and destroys the lives of our children. H.R. 7566 will play an important part in addressing child sex trafficking by establishing additional penalties for offenders who commit these offenses in a school zone within 1,000 feet of a school-sponsored activity. We want to be heard on stopping human trafficking and sex traffickings at our schools. And so the No Trafficking Zones Act, which is formerly the Stop Human Trafficking in Schools Act, would ensure that schools across the country, including institutions of higher learning, are safe spaces for learning and academic exploration, free from the menace of sex trafficking. H.R. 7566 would establish a sentencing enhancement of up to 5 years in several instances. First, in the case of any person who commits the offense of sex trafficking within a primary, secondary school zone or on or within 1,000 feet of the premises of a school-sponsored activity or premises owned by an institution of higher learning. Second, for any person who commits the offense of coercion and enticement of a minor enrolled in a primary or secondary school or a person enrolled in an institution of higher learning to travel in interstate or foreign commerce and engage in criminal sexual activity while the minor is in a school zone or on or within 1,000 feet of premises where a school-sponsored activity is taking place or while the person is on or within 1,000 feet of the premises owned by the institution of higher education. And third, for any person who commits the offense of coercion and enticement of a minor using the mail or facilities of interstate or foreign commerce, such as the text and instant messaging or social media platforms which have been used extensively while the minor who is enrolled in school or an institution of higher education is in a school zone or on or within 1,000 feet of premises where a school-sponsored activity is taking place or premises owned by the institution of higher education. Human trafficking is one of the greatest threats to human rights in the United States. It destroys a human being's life, and it destroys forever a child's life. In 2020, 11,193 instances of potential human trafficking were reported to the United States National Human Trafficking Hotline, with at least 70% of those instances involving sex trafficking, while an estimated 25% of all human trafficking victims in the country are in my home state of Texas at any given time, many of whom are minors. Mr. Speaker, I gave and held the first human trafficking field hearing in Houston, Texas, with my co-sponsor of this legislation, the Honorable Mike McCall. I want to at this time express my appreciation for his collaboration on this legislation, his enthusiastic collaboration, as he did join me when we held the first hearing on human trafficking in Houston through the Homeland Security Committee. What I would say is that Houston had been the epicenter of human trafficking. It was a powerful hearing, and I'm glad that we've joined together now to stop human trafficking in schools. Let me also offer my sympathy to him and his family for their loss. At least 5,359 of trafficking victims and survivors identified through the hotline in 2019 were under the age of 18, and in 2021, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received more than 17,200 reports of suspected child sex trafficking. Many of these young victims of sex trafficking are students in school systems, colleges, trade schools, and universities across the country. A 2018 survey reported that in Texas, where no trafficking zone legislation passed with bipartisan support early this year, 55% of young sex trafficking survivors were trafficked while at school or school activities, and 60% of trafficked adults said they were first groomed and solicited for trafficking while on school campuses. That has been a hotbed of opportunity for the scourge of sex traffickers who want to prey upon our innocent children. I'm grateful that the legislation in Texas generated out of an effort chaired by Bishop Dixon, James Dixon, chair of the Sports Authority at the NRG arena and begin to develop a policy where there would be no trafficking zones around major stadiums and events. Members of this body know all too well that children are sexually exploited in many ways. Some young people are trafficked by their schoolmates or people they once considered friends, and while the traffickers seek out young people who have noticeable vulnerabilities, including problems at school, conflicts at home, or even need to fill in a tuition gap caused by the loss of a scholarship, no child or young person is truly safe from the schemes of charismatic traffickers bent on exploiting and destroying young lives. With the proliferation of social media and the myriad ways in which we communicate with one another, traffickers have put these same means of communication to their own use to find, target, lure, groom, victimize, and exert control over their victims, while buyers are using technology to find and purchase sex anonymously. Traffickers have infiltrated every known form of communication, especially the sites, messaging apps, and social media platforms our children use most frequently, leaving young people more vulnerable to manipulation. Access to the internet, cell phones, and smartphones make it easier, Mr. Speaker, for traffickers and buyers to communicate with children and youth, even when they're at school, in class, or attending school-sponsored activities. There are no barriers, no walls, no brick walls, cement walls, steel walls that can keep a trafficker from getting a precious child. As a result, trafficking has reached the halls, lunchrooms, gyms, dormitories, and classrooms of schools, colleges, and universities in every corner of the United States of America. These staggering facts and statistics led me to introduce this bipartisan legislation, the No Trafficking Zone, along with Chairman Nadler and Representative McCall, who I wish to thank for working with me, as I've said previously, as well as Representative Johnson of Louisiana for his amendment that included the protection for young people at institutions of higher education. We came together in a bipartisan manner to exert the influence necessary to protect America's children. Collectively, I again want to thank Chairman Nadler, Representative McCall, Representative Johnson of Louisiana, Representative McCall of Texas. I am delighted to work with them. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, human trafficking, especially the sex trafficking of children, is an abhorrent crime, and all convicted offenders should face serious criminal penalties. This bill would provide increased criminal penalties for human trafficking or coercing a minor to engage in illegal sex acts in school zones or near school-sponsored activities, as my colleague from Texas stated. Texas recently enacted a similar law. According to the Texas State Senate bill, 55% of young sex trafficking survivors in Texas were trafficked while at school or during school activities. The Justice Department Office of Justice Programs reports that the average age of entry into prostitution is unbelievably 12 to 14 years old, and that traffickers are known to recruit at schools and in after-school programs. However, this legislation doesn't address a root cause of this serious problem, our unsecure southwest border. Tragically, we know that human smuggling and trafficking occurs daily at the southwest border. Under Democrat leadership, this Congress has failed to fix the completely broken immigration system or to address the Biden border crisis, which cartels and other organized criminal organizations have exploited to smuggle and traffic children into our country. Cartels and criminal organizations continue to take advantage of the Biden administration's complete failure to secure the southwest border. We should focus Congress' efforts on securing our southwest border to prevent the type of human trafficking this legislation seeks to address, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
You know, the issue of stopping human trafficking in school zones is such a crucial issue that I would hope that the focus of our debate today, Mr. Speaker, would be on saving the lives of children. And I'll just simply make the point being on Homeland Security and chairing the subcommittee on judiciary that deals with Homeland Security, crime, and terrorism, that we all can work together for comprehensive immigration reform. But here we are today, specifically focused and pointed on ensuring that there are no trafficking zones in our country, and specifically around our school zones, where children cannot be harmed. So I am grateful that I will introduce into the record letters from the Major Cities Chief Association, Texas State Representative Ron Reynolds, NAACP, Bishop James Dixon, Branch President, Hope Overhurt, Break the Cycle USA, Valerie Winborn, mother of trafficking victim, and Courtney Litvak, surviving a summary of her experience where she was trafficked. And I would just simply like to suggest that we can find trafficking in many other places. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the article, Epstein's Ground Zero, how the financier reportedly wreaked havoc on Royal Palm Beach High School community. I ask unanimous consent, along with, Mr. Speaker, the letters that I just asked to be submitted into the record.
Without objection.
I ask to submit into the record open secret at Royal Palm High School. At least 15 students were lured to Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach mansion, right out of a school. Ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Police children recruited other kids for human trafficking at schools. This was in Florida. Ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
And my good friend has spoken about the southern border. I want to submit into the record recruitment and entrapment pathways of minors into sex trafficking in Canada and the United States.
Without
northern border, by the way, that I would offer to say.
Without objection, so ordered.
And then let me offer this point of importance. The victims are not here on this floor, but we must carry their story to this floor to ensure that we do not see another victim. So I will offer these words from Courtney. Courtney has made it her mission to tell her story and speak out to spread awareness about human trafficking and help shape policy to protect other young people from falling victim to the schemes of human traffickers and to hold traffickers accountable. She became entangled in sex trafficking while still in school. Despite what some believe about victims of human trafficking, she grew up in a loving, church-going family in a safe neighborhood and attended an upscale suburban high school in Texas. But at the age of 17, she was under the control of her first trafficker. She was being advertised for illicit sex on websites like Backpage. A trafficker with ties to her high school used fellow students to prey upon her and use her vulnerabilities to their advantage, offering her friendship and support where she felt she had none, meanwhile drawing her gradually and deeper into the life. She was actually groomed by 2 different organized crime networks simultaneously, and each groomer chatted with her through social media and messaging. One network even invested in grooming Courtney for almost an entire year. Her first trafficker picked her up from school. She was unenrolled from her school and had her entire life uprooted in a desperate attempt to intervene in her exploitation. She returned back to her hometown where days after turning 18, she was taken from her home by another invested trafficker. She soon realized she was in this world. And over again, she was used and transported from Texas to California to Las Vegas, passing from one hand to the next. What a vile life. But she's willing to share this life. And so it is extremely important that we pass this legislation and that we address the question of what can happen to our innocent children. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would inform you and the member from Texas that we have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas.
We have no further speakers.
Gentlewoman from Texas
I yield to the
reserves.
gentleman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just once again like to emphasize the idea that although human trafficking is at the forefront of what we're discussing here today, we must continue to focus on the south border and making sure that we secure that soon. And I would yield back the balance of my time.
From Wisconsin yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Let me express my appreciation to those who sacrificed to share with us their stories and those who worked on this very important effort. Bishop James Dixon II, in the No Trafficking Zone co-founder and senior pastor of the Community of Faith Church, branch president, NAACP Houston branch. Jacqueline Alahutu, NTZ co-founder, founder Real Beauty, Real Women, and Courtney Litvak, a member of the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking, who will participate in unveiling their annual report later this week, and so many others who have really helped. Jacqueline Alahutu was someone who inspirationally wanted to lead us in this direction and worked very hard. And so each of us has a duty to protect young people, whether it be from drugs, gun violence, or sex traffickers. Our children deserve to be safe, and parents should know their children will be safe when they put them on the school bus or move them into their new dorms. To be sure, H.R. 7566, the No Trafficking Zones Act, provides increased accountability for anyone who would dare interrupt or interfere with a young person's ability to obtain an education and lay the foundation for a productive future for the purpose of sexual exploitation. In drafting this legislation, I'm grateful for the contributions of the No Trafficking Zone Initiative and all of those whose names I've called, including those names not called, those victims silenced or lives lost or destroyed. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 7566. This is a great day for helping to stop sex trafficking, human trafficking, where our children should be the most safe, and that is at our schools. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentlewoman from Texas yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7566 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I have a bill at the desk, H.R. 7181.
Does the gentlewoman move to suspend the rules to pass that particular bill?
I do.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
As amended.
And call the bill as amended.
I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7181, the Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2021, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 371, H.R. 7181, a bill to amend the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 to direct the Secretary of Transportation to seek to provide for the posting of contact information of the National Human Trafficking Hotline in the restrooms of each aircraft, airport, over-the-road bus, bus station, passenger train, and passenger railroad station operating within the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 7181.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 7181, the Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022, would provide for the posting of the contact information at the National Human Trafficking Hotline in the restrooms of our country's transportation centers, where we know many trafficking victims pass through, as well as all federal buildings, ports of entry, to inform victims and those who witness suspected trafficking situations that help is available. As I have said many times before, smuggling people across international borders is an equally troubling crime, but distinct from human trafficking. Smugglers must be prosecuted, and the exploitation of their victims must not go unpunished. And while many believe human trafficking happens only in other countries, the victimization of adults, youth, and children for the purposes of performing labor, commercial, sex acts, and other services happens on an enormous scale in rural, urban, and suburban communities across the United States. We can document that by many organizations who are fighting the scourge of human trafficking. H.R. 7181 would require the posting of National Human Trafficking Hotlines contact information in all federal buildings, require the Department of Transportation and the Department of Health and Human Services to coordinate with owners and operators of transportation hubs, such as airports, bus stations, and train stations, to post the contact information for the hotline in their restrooms. And 3, require the Department of Health and Human Services and other appropriate federal agencies to post the hotline's contact information at every port of entry. In 2020, more than 11,193 instances of potential human trafficking were reported to the United States National Human Trafficking Hotline. And in Texas, there are approximately or reportedly 313,000 victims of human trafficking at any given time, including 79,000 children and youth who are victims of sex trafficking, 234,000 adults who are victims of labor trafficking. The victims of human trafficking tend to be concealed, living in fear and isolated, in some cases physically and in cases emotionally. They might remain under the control of their traffickers for a variety of reasons, including a lack of the basic necessities to escape, like transportation or a safe place to go. Some may be afraid for their safety, while others may not recognize that they're under the control of their trafficker. And even after they're rescued or escape, there's always a possibility the victims will be re-victimized. The National Human Trafficking Hotline is an essential component of the fight to end human trafficking, offering toll-free phone lines and SMS text lines that are available 24 hours a day. Every day of the year, the hotline provides help, safety, and hope to victims and survivors by connecting them to the support and services they need. They must know that they are not alone. That is the most important message that we want to give on the floor of the House today. The victims of sex trafficking, human trafficking, the children, the adult victims are not alone. And victims in crisis can receive assistance with safety planning, emotional support, and or immediate connections to emergency services, while survivors can get the help in rebuilding their lives. Mr. Speaker, that is an important aspect of this legislation and the legislation we're putting forward today. The hotline also plays a vital role in combating human trafficking by helping law enforcement identify and rescue victims, by receiving tips about a potential situation of human trafficking, and by providing reports of tips to the appropriate authorities. We must make every effort to identify victims and ensure victims and survivors of human trafficking are connected to services that can lead them to safety and help them begin to restore their lives. That begins with reaching them where they are and letting them know who they can call on for help without risking their safety. Traffickers rely on our nation's transportation infrastructure to transport their victims from city to city and state to state. In the brief moments that allow victims to have a moment alone in the restroom of a bus station or airport, they may be able to call or even text for help as they are left alone for a moment by those traffickers. Victims, survivors, and concerned citizens need to know that help is just a phone call away, because one call could mean that difference between life and death. Despite the clandestine nature of human trafficking, we have learned from survivors that opportunities do exist to reach victims, and we should make the most of them. H.R. 7181, the Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022, does exactly that. And so I'm very grateful to Representatives Jeffries, Bass, Issa, and Mace for introducing this strategic and practical measure. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, human trafficking is a terrible and tragic evil. We should do all we can in Congress to fight trafficking and help victims. This legislation would change the law to direct the Secretary of Transportation to post the contact information of the National Human Trafficking Hotline in locations where victims may be able to see them and seek help. Because this horrific crime often involves border crossings, Republicans added an amendment in committee directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to post the contact information of the National Human Trafficking Hotline at ports of entry. It is well documented that human traffickers often use the transportation industry for both recruiting and operations. In 2020, the latest year for which data is available, 10,583 incidents of human trafficking were reported to the U.S. National Human Trafficking Hotline, and 16,658 victims of trafficking were identified. We hope this legislation will help to raise awareness about human trafficking and assist victims in seeking help by posting hotline information in places where they may see it. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. A gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman, speaker, very much. And as I close, I want to determine whether the gentleman has any further speakers.
Mr. Speaker, I have no other speakers. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Just before I yield to the gentleman for his closing, I do want to offer into the record the Katy sex trafficking survivor teams with White House to Fight Growing Threat. I ask unanimous consent to place that in the record. 4-year-old among 31 human trafficking victims rescued in Kansas, and Texas authorities rescued 70 missing children victimized by sex trafficking, and a report by the Houston Chronicle dated November 20, 2020 on human trafficking spikes in Texas amid a pandemic. With that, I will reserve.
Without objection, the gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. A gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized.
As we have heard, the idea of human trafficking is not going away. This legislation, I believe, will provide us with the important instruction to give to those victims where they may find some relief. Human trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that denies freedom to nearly 25 million people around the world. It is an ever-present threat to the health and safety of victims, many of whom are children, but also poses grave danger to public health and safety and national security. Although the statistics we recite daily are breathtaking, they represent a mere fraction of the instances of trafficking that occur, as human trafficking is a highly underreported crime. H.R. 7181, the Human Trafficking Prevention Act of 2022, would help identify, protect, and provide essential services to victims of human trafficking, who are often unseen, by requiring the posting of the contact information for the National Human Trafficking Hotline so that victims and anyone who sees someone who appears to be a victim know who to call or text for help. This is a common sense bipartisan legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time seeking the support of my colleagues.
The gentlewoman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7181 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S169, the Artistic Recognition for Talented Students Act, or the Arts Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 169, an act to amend Title 17 United States Code to require the Register of Copyrights to waive fees for filing an application for registration of a copyright claim in certain circumstances and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S169.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
The Speaker, S169, the Artistic Recognition for Talented Students Act, or the Arts Act, would help introduce promising young students who have won either the Congressional Art Competition or the Congressional App Challenge to the intellectual property system by waiving the fee for these students to apply for a copyright for their winning work. I applaud Mr. Jeffries for introducing the House version of this bipartisan, bicameral legislation with Ms. Mace, along with several of my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, including Intellectual Property Subcommittee Chairman Johnson and Ranking Member Issa, Mr. Cicilline, and Ms. Sparks. The bill was passed under suspension last year. We are pleased today to take up passage of the Senate version of the bill championed by Senators Leahy and Tillis, so the bill will pass both chambers and become law. We in this chamber know just how important intellectual property rights are to our country and our economy. Yet studies show that awareness of intellectual property is lacking among the country's students, even if they pursue fields that are IP intensive. The Arts Act helps close this awareness gap early on and allows these students to participate in the intellectual property system without a financial burden. What it also does is helps build the farm team for all of those who will be protecting intellectual property in the future. It gives them a sense of ownership, and it ties them to the Constitution, because intellectual property certainly is part of that constitutional privilege and constitutional rights and constitutional protection. Property rights are very important, and that is what intellectual property is. It builds on Congress' work to encourage the creativity of our nation's youth with the establishment of the Congressional Art Competition and the Congressional App Challenge more. Year after year in both these competitions, the talent our students display is remarkable. I know it well in the candidates that I have seen and the choices that our Arts Committee in Houston in the 18th Congressional District have made. They are brilliant, and the apps are equally so. Year after year in both of these competitions, we see outstanding work. Through both, we continue to see our youth encouraged to develop their artistic and technical talents as Congress intended. The Arts Act makes these competitions even more impactful. Under the bill, the students may apply to register a copyright for their winning work or winning app for free. This introduces these students to the intellectual property system and the benefits of copyright protection. Again, a constitutional right. Under current law, the Register of Copyrights cannot waive these fees on her own. The Arts Act amends the Copyright Act to allow such a fee waiver for these specific circumstances. Building the farm team, again, is so very important. Once again, I applaud the sponsors of the bill for bringing this important legislation forward, which will aid the next generation of creators and innovators. I urge my colleagues to support this passage, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate 169, the Artistic Recognition for Talented Students Act. The Constitution authorizes Congress to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing the limited times to authors and inventors of the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. Our copyright system is designed to help fulfill that mandate by promoting the work of authors, musicians, artists, and other creators. Creative industries contribute hundreds of billions of dollars to the U.S. economy every year. This bill makes it easier for some of our brightest young creators to obtain copyrights on their award-winning work. This is essentially the same as the bill that passed the House under suspension of the rules last year. Promoting and encouraging the next generation of American creators ensures that our creative economy will remain strong for decades to come. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized. Gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and so I'm prepared to close. Does the gentleman have any?
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on this.
So, gentlewoman from Texas reserves.
Well, does the gentleman yield back?
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, S169 is a short but important bill that will promote education and awareness of intellectual property to the next generation of creators. What an outstanding way to build the farm team, to create a buy-in by the young geniuses of our time, both in terms of the app and arts and many other aspects. Again, we recognize the constitutional connection to the idea of property, copyright, intellectual property, and it is important for young people to learn early on and to be protective of the genius of America. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 169? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4330, the Protect Reporters from Exploitive State Spying Act, or the Press Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 268, H.R. 4330, a bill to maintain the free flow of information to the public by establishing appropriate limits on the federally compelled disclosure of information obtained as part of engaging in journalism and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4330.
Without objection?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4330, the Protect Reporters from Exploitive State Spying Act, or the Press Act. The Press Act would create a strong but qualified federal statutory privilege that protects journalists from being compelled by the federal government to reveal confidential sources and information. Additionally, the bill prohibits the federal government from compelling an electronic service provider that stores a journalist's information to disclose that information, as well as information relating to the journalist's personal account or technology device, to the government unless a court determines that there is a reasonable threat of imminent violence absent the information's disclosure and subject to other requirements and certain specified exceptions. H.R. 4330 is necessary and long overdue legislation. Over the past several decades, presidential administrations both parties have attempted to crack down on leaks of classified information to media outlets, and these investigations have included efforts to obtain journalist records. For example, just last year, the Washington Post, the New York Times, and CNN reported that the Department of Justice under the Trump administration sought the information and records of their reporters. The most sacred part of our freedom includes the protection and freedom of the press. That is embedded in the Constitution and our First Amendment in the Bill of Rights. And so to hear and to see that glaring infraction shows us the necessity of this legislation before us. In addition, during the Obama administration, the department reportedly searched Fox News reporter James Rosen's emails and even listed him as a co-conspirator in an espionage act that it brought against the source of the leaked information. These and other recent episodes illustrate the need for stronger federal protections for journalists and their sources. The truth is cleansing. The truth is democracy. Indeed, 40 states and the District of Columbia have enacted press shield laws, while other states afford similar privileges through their state constitution and common law. Moreover, there's been long-standing and bipartisan support in Congress for federal protections. In 2005, former Vice President Mike Pence, when he was a member of this body, first introduced the Free Flow of Information Act, which was very similar in concept to H.R. 4330. That legislation subsequently passed the House twice in the 110th, 111th Congresses, for the first time by 398 to 21, and the second time by voice vote. Unfortunately, the Senate never took action on these bills, but I am pleased that efforts to advance a federal reporter's shield bill continue in the House today. Again, we must stand for liberty. It is my hope that the Senate will finally take up this important issue. I want to thank Congressman Jamie Raskin, Ted Lieu, John Yarmuth for their work on the Press Act. And I also thank the Judiciary Committee ranking member, Jim Jordan, for his support. The need for this legislation is as great, if not greater, than when it was first introduced in an earlier form many years ago. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important bipartisan legislation and I reserve at this time the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's a reason why the founders chose to enshrine the freedoms of the press in the First Amendment to the Constitution. It's an important part of a functional and informed democracy. Over the years, versions of this bill have received widespread support from across the political spectrum. In fact, the first version of this bill was introduced by none other than Vice President Pence when he was a member of this body. Liberty depends on the freedom of the press. Good reporters are committed to holding our government accountable. A critical aspect of the freedom of the press is the pursuit of truth without intimidation or coercion from the government. Administrations of both parties have unjustly targeted journalists, but none more so in recent years than the Obama administration. The Obama administration's control on the flow of information has been described as the most aggressive since the Nixon administration. And the Biden administration isn't proving to be much better. In a free country, we need to make sure that the government cannot unmask journalists, their sources, without good cause. This bill provides those protections and recognizes the importance of independent journalism to our country. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
It is my pleasure to now yield to the author of the Press Act, who has been persistent in his commitment to civil liberties as an important member of the Judiciary Committee, and that is to Congressman Raskin, and that would be 5 minutes. Thank you so very much for your leadership. I yield.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding and for her very distinguished and passionate advocacy for civil liberties and civil rights, and thank you for your excellent management of this legislation. And I want to thank also the floor leader on the minority side for his excellent words on the legislation as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 4330, the Protect Reporters from Exploitative State Spying Act, or the Press Act, which I introduced with Congressman Lieu and Yarmouth. It's a close successor to the bill that then Congressman Mike Pence got passed in the House in the 110th Congress by a lopsided vote of 398 to 21. Given that the bill has passed unanimously in the Judiciary Committee earlier this year, I'm very hopeful that this is the Congress in which we can get it done. Our founders insisted that the American people must have the means to acquire the truth about their own government, their society, and their world. Those who mean to be their own governors, said Madison, must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. Newspapers were critical, a form of continuing public education about government and about society. Jefferson said, if it were left to me to decide whether we should have a government without newspapers or newspapers without a government, I should not hesitate a moment to choose the latter. The great Tom Paine not only defended, but he demonstrated the power of the pen as the people's weapon against political tyranny. His sensationally successful pamphlet, Common Sense, argued the central importance of free speech and free press to the survival of political democracy. In theory, the specific command in the First Amendment that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of the press was unnecessary because press freedom would already, by definition, be subsumed under the freedom of speech. But the framers insisted upon protecting the structurally distinctive role that the press plays as a watchdog institution in a representative democratic society. Not everyone can go to congressional hearings or state legislative sessions or county council meetings late into the night. Not all of us can travel to Ukraine to uncover Russian war crimes against the people there, or go to Afghanistan to see what it means to have theocratic tyranny oppressing the people. Not everyone can personally go get the Pentagon Papers, or break the Watergate scandal, or penetrate crime and drug trafficking rings, or see with our own eyes how climate change is ravaging the Louisiana coast or Pakistan. But as citizens of the United States, we are all equally implicated and affected by these developments, and we are all equally invested in obtaining the truth about them. And this is why we need professional journalists and newspapers. Yet reporters in our country face violence, threats, intimidation, and even jail time just for doing their jobs, providing news and information. The Committee to Protect Journalists reported that journalists in the U.S. faced unprecedented attacks in 2020. At least 110 reporters were arrested or criminally charged in relation to their reporting, and around 300 were assaulted in 2020 alone. Many families in my state of Maryland are still reeling from the mass shooting at the Capital Gazette newspaper in Annapolis, which took the lives of 5 different journalists and injured several others in 2018. Lots of reporters face harsh legal consequences just for reporting and then faithfully maintaining the confidentiality of sources. One journalist who faced repercussions simply for doing his job I know well, Brian Karam, one of my constituents. In 1990 and 1991, he went to jail 4 different times to protect confidential sources while working as a TV reporter. The last time he went to jail for nearly 2 weeks while the Supreme Court considered his case, and was only spared a long sentence when his source moved from Texas to California and, no longer fearing for her life, came forward. Now more than ever, we need to make good on the constitutional promise of a free press by establishing a federal shield law to protect journalists against government overreach and prosecutorial abuses that may occur from one administration to the next. The Press Act is an update of the Free Flow of Information Act that I introduced with the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee in the 115th Congress. It will prevent federal law enforcement from being able to obtain information from covered journalists through their work devices and accounts, as well as their personal devices and accounts. It will also prevent government officials from conducting an end run around these prohibitions by precluding them from seeking third-party communications held by communication services, except in narrow and carefully cabined exceptional instances. America favors shield laws to protect the media because our people know that the press is not the enemy of the people. The press is the people's best friend. 49 states and Washington, D.C. have already passed state shield laws or adopted some kind of reporter's privilege of their own. What better evidence could we have that the American people want a free and aggressive press to expose corruption and safeguard democracy? Could I ask 20 seconds?
The gentleman is yielded another minute.
Thank you very kindly. So I fervently hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, indeed every member of the House of Representatives, will rise to support this bill, the successor to our 2017 bipartisan bill, and the successor to the bill that then Congressman, now Vice President Mike Pence, navigated to victory in the House on a vote of 398 to 21 15 years ago. I thank the gentlelady for her indulgence, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back to the gentlelady.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would inform you and my colleague from Texas that we have no further speakers, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Let me just comment as I determine whether we have any further speakers. This protection of the First Amendment rights of our journalists are so crucial, and this legislation enjoys bipartisan support. And we've already made the point that we have found some offense of this in bipartisan office holders, governments. So I think it is important in the spirit of harmony today that we choose no president to suggest one was more so than the others. And I can't think of any comparison to the previous administration. But today we're standing here and wanting to bring people together around the importance of ensuring that the press are protected and shielded, and that the truth is cleansing and that the truth is heard. Clearly, in the Trump administration, truth was challenged, and we're grateful that the press stood tall. So I believe this legislation is extremely important to cleanse all persons in public life so that public officials can serve in a spirit of transparency and that journalists can provide the facts to all of the people of America. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated, H.R. 4330 is a bipartisan effort similar to legislation passed or worked on by Vice President Pence. The Judiciary Committee reported the bill on a bipartisan basis by voice vote. In addition, H.R. 4330 is supported by numerous civil liberties and journalist organizations, including the American Civil Liberties Union, Demand Progress, the Society of Professional Journalists, the News Media Alliance, the National Association of Broadcasters, the National Press Photographers Association, the Radio, Television, Digital News Association, the News Leaders Association, MPA, the Association of Magazine Media, the Project for Privacy and Surveillance, Accountability Project, the First, and the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press. Given the broad support of the bill and pressing the need for federal protections for journalists and their sources, I urge the House to pass H.R. 4330, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4330 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3034 to amend Title 28, United States Code, to provide an additional place for holding court for the Western District of Washington and for other purposes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 370, H.R. 3034, a bill to amend Title 28 United States Code to provide an additional place for holding court for the Western District of Washington and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3034.
Without objection,
I yield myself, Mr. Speaker, such time as I may consume.
the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3034, which would amend Title 28 of the U.S. Code to provide an additional place for holding court in the Western District of Washington. This one-sentence bill would allow the residents of that district, which comprises of half of Washington State, from the Cascade Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, to attend federal court in Mount Vernon, Washington, halfway between Seattle and the Canadian border. Currently, residents of the surrounding counties, including the third most populous county in the state, have to travel significant distances to access the federal justice system, leading to increased travel time and administrative costs. Adding Mount Vernon as an additional court location would alleviate those burdens. It would also be a cost-free change because there is an existing facility available for the court to use, and no court personnel would be permanently stationed there. Making use of this existing facility would ensure that litigants, attorneys, witnesses, and other court users would have greater access to the justice that our federal courts provide. Mr. Speaker, the Judiciary Committee is the holder, protector, and nurturer of the Constitution. There's probably nothing as important among probably other elements, but for the right to a trial by jury or right to be heard as a litigant in the court. And this important legislation is suggesting that those who may have difficulty or even deprived because of distance or other issues dealing with the far reaches of where this court is away from them can now have a unfettered access to a court in their region, in their area. This move will benefit the many individuals who live, work, and do business in Northwest Washington, which is very far from the present site of the federal court. And this legislation is broadly supported by the judges, attorneys, prosecutors, public defenders, and the law enforcement in the Western District of Washington. I thank Representative Suzanne Delbaney and Rick Larson for calling attention to this issue and for introducing this legislation to improve the lives of the residents of Washington State. Chairman Nadler and all the members of the Judiciary Committee were very pleased to work with this legislation and Congresswoman Dalbaney and Congressman Lawson to be able to make this fix to provide an additional pathway of justice and the protection of the constitutional rights of individuals to have their access to courts and to trials by jury. At this point, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, but I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it appears that this move has wide support amongst members of Congress. And with that, I would also inform you I have no further speakers, and I would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, so I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just say once again that this seems to have bipartisan support across Congress, and I would urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll use such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
It is good and good music and good sounds to hear of my colleague indicating that this legislation has widespread support, and he's absolutely right. And the only point that I'd want to emphasize is whenever this body and this Judiciary Committee can expand the rights to the protection of Americans in their rights to access justice, we should stand tall. And today, this legislation, with a small fix of providing an additional site for the people of Western Washington to access their constitutional and judicial and legal rights, I think this is a celebration. So, because of the broad spread support for this, we're delighted, Mr. Speaker, to ask that H.R. 3034 and to make known that it is a straightforward bill that will improve the administration of justice in Washington State. It will reinforce our duty and responsibility to the American people for justice. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3034? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4009 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4009, a bill to authorize the Georgetown African American Historic Landmark Project and Tour to establish a commemorative work in the District of Columbia and its environs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4009, the Enslaved Voyages Memorial Act introduced by my colleague, Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton. This bill will authorize the establishment of a memorial on federal land in the District of Columbia and its surroundings, commemorating the enslaved individuals who disembarked here after forced migration by way of the transatlantic slave trade. This memorial will honor the lives of all enslaved individuals, celebrate their contributions to our history, and recognize their remarkable resilience and fortitude throughout centuries of slavery. 4 centuries of slavery. During this time period, enslavers forced the transport of 12.5 million captive Africans to sell in the Americas. The Georgetown waterfront had an extensive and long neglected history of involvement in the slave trade. In fact, 1,475 enslaved individuals disembarked at the Georgetown waterfront while the institution of slavery grew on this continent. Establishing a memorial to honor of those enslaved will create a powerful site for truth-telling and remembrance. I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Norton, for introducing this important and significant piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Call, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4009, offered by Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton, which authorizes with the Georgetown African American Historical Landmark Project and Tour to establish a work of federal land in Washington, D.C. to commemorate the enslaved individuals whose identities we may know and unknown, who endured the forced voyage across the Atlantic Ocean to the United States during the Middle Passage. This effort is being championed by the Georgetown African American Historical Landmark Project, a community-based nonprofit organization dedicated to honoring the enslaved and the free African Americans who work in, live in, and built Georgetown. In 2019, the United National Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization designated the Georgetown waterfront as a site of memory for historical places associated with slavery. The bill requires that Georgetown African American Historical Landmark Projects and Tour to follow the standards legal framework established by the Working Committee Act. This is a great effort, and I applaud the Delegate Holmes Norton for her leadership, and I urge adoption of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, the principal sponsor of the legislation.
The gentleman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I thank my good friend, Chairman Grijalva, for yielding, and I thank him and Chairman Neguse for bringing this bill to the floor. This bill would authorize the Georgetown African American Historic Landmark Project and Tour to establish a memorial on federal land in the District of Columbia commemorating the enslaved individuals who endured forced migration to the United States by way of the transatlantic slave trade. The National Capital Memorial Advisory Commission unanimously supported this bill, and it passed out of committee by unanimous consent. We must not hide this history. Enslaved individuals, known and unknown, rest at the core of our nation's history. The atrocities of the system of chattel slavery shed light on our nation's central struggle between slavery and freedom, a freedom under which some could be owned, beaten, separated from their families, and denied any rights. This bill provides for the creation of a powerful marker of truth-telling and remembrance. Let us honor the personhood of these individuals who were repeatedly assumed to have none, so that they will never be forgotten. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Call, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes of my time to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill along with the other suspension bills that we've worked with Chairman Grijalva to get on the floor today. And Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to recognize the dedicated service of one of my staff members, Terry Camp, who will be leaving us next month. Known affectionately as Turbo by his colleagues, he has certainly lived up to that nickname. Since starting on the House Committee on Natural Resources in 2015, Terry has had a hand in nearly 60 bills that have been signed into law. This total doesn't even account for the countless bills he has been a part of that have been enacted as a part of various legislative packages. While this is an impressive total, it doesn't even come close to the number of now famous Capitol tours he's given, which he offers in both English and Spanish. As our national park staffer, he has visited numerous national park units throughout his tenure, frequently stopping by any nearby units on family vacations. That dedication has led to the creation of many new bills, including the Save Our Liberty Theater Act, which was signed into law earlier this year. Terry's passion for public service is perhaps surpassed only by his passion for the Utah State University Aggies. Terry exemplifies the guiding principles of my office by always abiding in love, competing to win, and succeeding through service. While we will miss him in the halls of Congress, we wish him, his wife Kayla, and their son Elijah all the best as they start the next chapter of their lives back in their home state of Utah. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, we are prepared to close. We have no other speakers, and I reserve the ballots.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the adoption of this bill and yield back my balance at the time.
The gentleman from Alabama yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized. Mr. Grijalva.
We yield back the ballots of our time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4009 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the
Speaker.
purpose of the gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6353 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6353, a bill to authorize the National Service Animals Monument Corporation to establish a commemorative work in the District of Columbia and its environs, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Call, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration today.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 6353, the National Service Animals Memorial Act, introduced by my colleague, Representative Susan Wild. The bill would authorize the National Service Animal Monument Corporation to establish a commemorative work on federal land in the District of Columbia and its surroundings to commemorate the heroic deeds and sacrifices of service animals and handlers of service animals in the United States. The bill recognizes the National Service Animals Monuments Corporation's mission to honor and recognize the broad scope of service animals through a memorial to educate the public of the contributions by service animals and of the human-animal bond between service animals and their handlers. The memorial will ensure that the contributions of service and working animals are understood and that their history is not forgotten. In doing so, the bill recognizes the life-saving and life-sustaining service these animals so generously provide our communities. I would like to thank my colleague, Representative Wild, for introducing this legislation and championing this bill in behalf of her constituents. I urge support for H.R. 6353 and a yes vote, and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Call, is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6353, offered by Representative Weil, would authorize the National Service Animal Memorial Corporation to create a commemorative work on federal land in Washington, D.C. to honor the historic acts and sacrifices of service animals and their handlers. The commemorative work would feature the contribution of animals such as heroic service dogs that have assisted humans for generations by serving as guides for those with disability and supporting law enforcement, search, rescue, and military personnel. Some well-known examples of heroic dogs include Cairo, who was part of the Navy SEAL team that killed Osama bin Laden. H.R. 653 prohibits the use of federal funds to create or maintain this work. I thank Representative Weil for her work on this legislation. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We're prepared to close, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thanks, sir. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yield back the balance of our time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6353 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6734 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6734, a bill to amend the Fish and Wildlife Act of 1956 to reauthorize the Volunteer Services, Community Partnership, and Refuge Education programs of the National Wildlife Refuge System and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Call, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6734, the Keep America's Refuge Operational Act, introduced by our colleague, Representative Hakeem Jeffries. This bill will authorize the Volunteer Services, Community Partnership, and Refuge Education programs of the National Wildlife Refuge System. The refuge system spreads itself across 568 national wildlife refuge, protects nearly 837 million acres of land, water, and wetlands. These important lands serve as homes for over an array of species, including 700 bird, 220 mammal, 1,000 fish, and 250 reptile and amphibian species. Volunteers in the refuge system are crucial to keeping the refuges running, encouraging millions of tourists each year, and generating billions in local revenue while creating jobs for neighboring communities. Reauthorizing these volunteer services allows the Fish and Wildlife Service to continue providing transportation, uniforms, lodging, awards, subsistence, and training for those who selfishly choose to volunteer on these projects. During the March hearing on the bill, we heard from Mrs. Caroline Browner of the National Wildlife Refuge Association and Ms. Joan Patterson from the Coalition of Refuge Friends and Advocates about the outsized role that volunteers and friends group play in keeping refuge running, as well as serving and connecting with local community. The Fish and Wildlife Service also testified in support of the legislation, and in June, the National Resources Committee reported the bill to the House by unanimous consent. I want to thank the bill's sponsor and my colleagues in the committee for the bipartisan support for this legislation, urge its adoption, and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 6734, the Keep American Refuge Operational Act of 2022. This bill, introduced by my colleagues Mr. Jeffrey, Mr. Whitman, and Mr. Graves, reauthorizes volunteer programs at our national wildlife refuges. Specifically, this bill would reauthorize the five physical years several U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services programs, including those related to volunteer services, community partnerships, donations and gifts, and education projects. The Fish and Wildlife Services currently utilize volunteers for tours, restoring the habitat, plant and animal survival, staffing refuge stores and visitor centers, and all other activities. While I believe more work needs to be done to improve our overall management of our national wildlife refuges, the volunteer activity that this bill will reauthorize are an effective tool in performing needed work without increasing costs to taxpayers. Solutions such as this legislation are especially welcome during the times like these when our national debt continues to balloon and inflation comes to soaring because of reckless spending pushed forwards by the majority and the current administration. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the distinguished chair for yielding as well as his continued leadership of this all-important committee and in connection with this legislation. I rise in favor of H.R. 6734, the Keep America's Refuges Operational Act. I thank my colleagues, Representatives Thompson and Sablon, and certainly Representative Whitman for his leadership on the other side of the aisle. This common sense and bipartisan legislation reauthorizes the National Wildlife Refuge System Volunteer Community Partnership and Education Program. Because of this program, refuges continue to benefit from volunteer support, which has successfully saved taxpayer dollars, generated millions for local economies, and promoted jobs in communities throughout America. The National Wildlife Refuge System is comprised of over 560 refuges located in every United States territory and state. They make up over 800 million acres of habitat dedicated to the conservation of fish and wildlife. Each year, National Wildlife Refuges host more than 60 million visitors, generating over $3 billion in revenue for local economies and supporting more than 40,000 jobs. Visitors come from all over to explore, hunt, fish, and enjoy America's natural beauty. Refuges help to mold the next generation of conservationists and outdoor enthusiasts by providing learning experiences and cherished memories. But this wouldn't be possible without the dedicated refuge volunteers and community partners who donate their time and their energy to keep refuges open and operational. During fiscal year 2021, approximately 11,700 volunteers gave close to 649,000 hours of their time, which is the equivalent of nearly 318 full-time employees, or a contribution of more than $18 million. Volunteers provide critical support to full-time staff in numerous ways. They operate visitor centers, conduct fish and wildlife population surveys, maintain visitor structures, roads and paths, fight invasive species, and protect native plants and animals. They also help refuges raise money for key infrastructure projects and visitor centers. Volunteers are of all ages, come from diverse walks of life, work in many different capacities, and truly represent the gorgeous mosaic of the American people. But one thing they all have in common is their commitment to preserving America's natural beauty so that we can all enjoy it for years to come. In the 115th Congress, the House passed an identical reauthorization bill, which was signed into law by President Trump in April of 2018. Since that time, the program has continued to leverage volunteer hours, allowing wildlife refuges to remain accessible for millions of visitors each year. It is my hope that we can again work across the aisle to support in different ways our National Wildlife Refuge System. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the co-sponsors of this legislation, Chairman Grijalva and Representatives Graves, Thompson, and Sablan, with a particular special thanks to Representative Whitman for partnering with me once again to advance this legislation. Greatly appreciate your leadership and long-standing support for the National Wildlife Refuge System. Supporting this bill in this chamber means supporting the economic benefits to be gained from being good stewards of the environment that God has given to this great country. I urge you to vote yes on H.R. 6734.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries, yields back. Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carr, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have no other speakers in that. Yield back the balance of our time and congratulate all involved in a significant partnership on this legislation that has brought benefits historically to our park systems and refuge system, and will continue to do so. And let me thank my friends across the aisle for their bipartisanship on that. Yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6734 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7618.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Calendar Number 366, H.R. 7618, a bill to designate the Cole Israel Foundation Holocaust Memorial in Bedford Heights, Ohio, as a national memorial.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Carl, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7618, introduced by my colleague, Representative Chantel Brown. This bill would designate the Cole Israel Foundation Holocaust Memorial in Bedford Heights, Ohio, as a national memorial. This bill recognizes the significance of the Cole Israel Foundation Holocaust Memorial, which helps preserve the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered by the Nazi regime, and honors the life and legacy of the Holocaust survivors who built this memorial. Completed in 1961 by survivors of the Holocaust residing in Northeast Ohio, the Cole Israel Holocaust Memorial is likely the first and oldest Holocaust memorial in the United States. For more than 60 years, the Cole Israel Foundation has looked over the memorial, which has the ashes of Jewish victims and other tokens of remembrance buried at its base. The bill ensures national historic recognition for the Cole Israel Holocaust Memorial and preserves the memories and resiliency of the victims and the survivors of the Holocaust. I would like to thank my colleague, Representative Chantel Brown, for introducing this important legislation, for introducing this important acknowledgement and memorial, and championing the bill to the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 7618, offered by Representative Brown, would designate the Cole Israel Foundation Holocaust Museum at Zion Memorial Park in Bedford Heights, Ohio, a national memorial. This memorial was dedicated in May of 1961 and honors the 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust. It is one of the first Holocaust commemorative works in the United States, and it is surrounded by walls with the names of those who died in the Holocaust, along with the survivors who later passed away. The memorial also includes the ashes of Jewish martyrs killed by Nazis from 3 concentration camps buried at its base. I hope all of the Cole Israel Foundation Holocaust Memorial will continue to bring peace and comfort to the families and the community who lost loved ones during this Holocaust. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Congresswoman Shontel Brown, the sponsor of the legislation.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Grijalva, for your leadership and yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7618, a bipartisan bill to recognize the Cole Israel Foundation Holocaust Memorial as a national memorial. H.R. 7618 was unanimously voted out of the House Natural Resources Committee on July 20th, 2022, and its bipartisan Senate companion, S. 4121, led by Senators Sherrod Brown and Rob Portman, favorably passed out of Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee on July 21st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, this bill recognizes and honors a memorial in my district with a remarkable history. In 1961, surviving victims of the Holocaust erected the Cole Israel Memorial, dedicating it to the 6 million Jewish victims of the Nazi regime, its allies, and collaborators. From 1939 to 1945, the Holocaust touched all corners of Jewish life, from east to west, from Africa to Northern Europe. Thriving Jewish life in the mainland Europe was disseminated. The genocide wiped out entire Jewish communities, villages, and towns in a campaign that Nazis carried out with ruthless precision. They did so with mass shootings, concentration camps, and death camps like none the world had ever seen. The trauma, pain, and suffering inflicted on the Jewish community was not confined to their side of the Atlantic. Many members of our American Jewish community were touched by profound loss, and survivors found refuge in many communities across the United States. One such group of survivors made its way to Northeast Ohio, putting down roots in Bedford Heights, a thriving part of Ohio's 11th congressional district. They never forgot the honors of the past and began planning a memorial to the 6 million as early as 1959, only 14 years after the end of the Second World War. Since the memorial's dedication on May 28, 1961, survivors and their families have continuously cared for what is likely the oldest memorial of its kind in the United States. On the memorial's exterior walls, the survivors engraved the names of their family members and loved ones. At the foot of the monument, the survivors also buried first-hand artifacts and keepsakes and ashes of victims from three concentration camps. Given its historical significance, the Cole Israel Memorial deserves to be recognized by Congress. Designating the site as a national memorial ensures that future generations understand the true legacy of a very dark chapter in history. This legislation comes at no cost to taxpayers and does not establish the memorial as a unit of the National Park Service. The Cole Israel Foundation will retain oversight and responsibility for the memorial as it has for 6 decades. Members of the Ohio community, including Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, the Ohio General Assembly, and prominent local and national stakeholders have all supported efforts to recognize the Cole Israel Memorial. The bill also enjoys wide support from a coalition of organizations such as the Jewish Federation of Cleveland, the Anti-Defamation League, and the American Jewish Committee. I want to thank all the co-sponsors of this legislation, including our 7 co-leads from both sides of the aisle, Representatives Capter, Ryan, Beatty, Joyce, Balderson, Gonzalez, and Carey. They too have a deep understanding of the importance of the Cole Israel Memorial and this legislation, particularly at a time of rising anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world. Let me take one moment, Mr. Speaker, to speak about the dangers of Holocaust denial and distortion. Last night on 60 Minutes, we watched in shock and disgust as the president of Iran denied the existence of the Holocaust and pretended to seek more information on its veracity. Today, let us all speak in a loud and clear voice. The Holocaust happened. It was devastating, and we must work every day to remember so that we may honestly say, never again. I am honored to represent one of the country's most celebrated Jewish communities, which happens to reside in Ohio's 11th Congressional District. Now is our opportunity to honor the victims of the Holocaust who call this country home and remember their bravery, dedication, and everlasting legacy. I thank my House colleagues for taking swift action on H.R. 7618 so we may send a strong signal of support for our Jewish community. I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Ohio yields back. Gentleman from Arizona.
Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, is recognized.
I urge the adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, is
Yield
recognized.
back the balance of our time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7618? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-2490.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2490, an act to establish the Blackwell School National Historic Site in Marfa, Texas, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Call, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, include extraneous material on the measure that is before us under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of S-2490, the Blackwell National Historic Site Act. This legislation, if the House will recall, was sponsored primarily by Representative Tony Gonzalez from Texas. The SR 2490 is a companion to that legislation from the Senate, Senator Cronin. And this legislation directs the Secretary of Interior to establish the Blackwell School National Historic Site to preserve, protect, and interpret the role of the Blackwell School as an academic and cultural cornerstone in Marfa, Texas. The Blackwell School was the sole public education institution for Mexican-American children in Marfa from 1909 until 1965, when local schools were finally integrated. The building is a tangible reminder of a time in American history where separate but equal remained prevalent in our culture. It is a symbol of community solidarity, pride, identity, and remains to this day. Approximately 4,000 students attended the Blackwell School over the course of more than 50 years. Despite the inherent unfairness of segregation, the Blackwell School became a meeting place, a source of pride for the local Mexican-American community in the region. Today, all that remains of the once sprawling campus is a 3-room adobe schoolhouse, one of the last such schools remaining in Texas. Designating the Blackwell School as a National Historic Site ensures that the story of the Blackwell School is maintained so that future Americans can learn from and understand its rich, complex, and troubling history. Representative Tony Gonzalez should be applauded for his efforts on this. I urge my colleagues to join me today in supporting the bill and sending it to President Biden for his signature, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S 2490, the Blackwell School National Historical Site Act. This legislation, championed in the House by my friend Tony Gonzalez of Texas, would establish a new unit of the national park system to tell the history of this segregated education in Marfa, Texas. Although there was no state law that mandated separating schools from Hispanic students, Texas school districts practiced de facto desegregation through the mid-20th centuries. Blackwell School was known originally as the Ward School and later renamed for its longtime principal, Jesse Blackwell, who arrived at the school in 1922. During Blackwell's 25-year tenure, the school grew from one building to 120 students to a multi-building campus with more than 600 students. The original historical school building and grounds provides an authentic setting to the interpretation of history of segregated schools in Texas. I commend Mr. Gonzalez for his work on this important landmark. He has been a strong champion for this legislation, including writing his House companion legislation that previously passed this chamber with strong bipartisan support. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time on this legislation. We're prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I rise today to encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on the Blackwell School National Historic Site. And I thank my distinguished colleague from Alabama for allowing me this opportunity. This bill would designate the Blackwell School in my district as one of the first national park sites dedicated to Latino history. This legislation comes at a critical time as we celebrate the accomplishments of the Latino community during Hispanic Heritage Month. From 1909 to 1965, the Blackwell School in Marfa, Texas, was the only public school for the city's Mexican-American children. Although there was no state law that mandated separated schools for Hispanic students, it was common practice for them to be taught at different facilities. This meant that the Blackwell School was the only place where children of Mexican descent could be educated and have a shot at the American dream. Today, the Blackwell School reminds us of the resiliency the Mexican-American community has displayed throughout our history. Designating the Blackwell School as a national park site would improve the ability of the Park Service to oversee conservation efforts, promote regional tourism, and share important stories about the Mexican-American community in the U.S. Please join me in passing this bill to honor the hard work and fighting spirit of the Hispanic community. Thank you, and I yield back.
I urge the adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from the gentleman yields back.
Yes.
Okay. Gentleman
Madam
from
Speaker,
Arizona is recognized.
we yield back the balance of our time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2490? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the
Madam
opinion
Speaker.
of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative,
Madam Speaker.
for what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
The yeas and nays.
All right. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 820 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 367, H.R. 820. A bill to establish the New Philadelphia National Historical Park in the state of Illinois as a unit of the National Park System and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 820, the New Philadelphia National Historic Site Act. New Philadelphia was the first town platted and legally registered by an African American before the Civil War. It is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, designated as a National Historic Landmark, and included in the National Park Service's National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program. This bill would further establish the New Philadelphia National Historic Site in Pike County, Illinois, honoring the legacy of New Philadelphia and celebrating the history of Black Americans is critically important. The protection and conservation of New Philadelphia ensures that this important history is preserved so that visitors to the site can have the opportunity to learn from and understand an important part of Illinois and American history. The story of New Philadelphia is our story, and it rightly deserves a place in our national park system. As chair of the Natural Resources Committee, our members have committed to advancing diversity, equity, inclusion throughout our committee's work, including by advancing the preservation of forgotten or undertold stories. I would like to thank my colleague, Representative LaHood, for introducing this important legislation, for championing the bill, on behalf not only of his constituencies, but the overall interest of the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 820, the New Philadelphia National Historical Site Act, sponsored by Congressman Darren LaHood of Illinois, which would establish New Philadelphia as a unit of the National Park System. New Philadelphia Town Site, located near Barry, Illinois, is the first known town in the United States to be established and officially registered by an African American. The National Historical Site established by this bill will tell the inspiring story of free Frank McWhorter, who founded New Philadelphia in 1836. He was born into slavery in South Carolina in 1777 and spent the first 42 years of his life enslaved. He worked to save enough money to purchase the freedom of his expectant wife, Lucy, and ensuring the freedom of her and their child. 2 years later, he purchased his own freedom. The family moved to a pioneer homestead in Illinois, where McWhorter founded a town called New Philadelphia, where freeborn and formerly enslaved African Americans lived alongside European Americans in a region and an era intense with racial strife. New Philadelphia was added to the National Register of Historical Places in 2005 and was designated a National Historical Landmark in 2009. New Philadelphia is also listed as part of the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom. I commend Representative LaHood for sponsoring this bipartisan and local supported bill. New Philadelphia will be a valuable addition to the national park system. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time on our side, and we're prepared to close, but I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes of time to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, I want to thank my friend, Mr. Carl from Alabama, for yielding and for his terrific work on the Natural Resources Committee, and thank the majority and Chairman Grijalva. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 20, the New Philadelphia National Historical Park Act. Located in west central Illinois near the Missouri border in Barry, Illinois, is New Philadelphia. Founded in 1836 by Frank McWhorter. This was the first town founded, platted, and registered by an African American in the United States. Once an enslaved person himself, Mr. Frank McWhorter, also known as Free Frank, he bought his freedom. Mr. McWhorter went on in his life and in his legacy to establish New Philadelphia, but also to demonstrate the critical role many African Americans played in their own freedom efforts. Through the sale of land in New Philadelphia, among other business ventures, Free Frank used his earnings to free 15 other family members out of slavery. Additionally, many of the residents of New Philadelphia, both European Americans and African Americans, later came together to assist freedom seekers moving north from slave-occupied states and locations. The 40-acre original town site is now nationally and historically significant. It's an archaeological site, advancing our understanding of free rural communities and the abolition movement in the antebellum era. The New Philadelphia site has already been recognized for its historical significance. It is currently on the National Register of Historic Places and is designated as a National Historic Landmark. The site is also included in the National Park Service Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program, and the Smithsonian National Museum of American History displays many of the artifacts unearthed from the area near New Philadelphia. This bipartisan bill would establish the New Philadelphia National Park System, National Park in the state of Illinois as a unit of the National Park System. Many local and regional organizations have worked tirelessly for many years to preserve and protect this site, and they deserve so much credit. One organization in particular, the New Philadelphia Association, has done a tremendous job improving, maintaining, and endorsing the site for the benefit of New Philadelphia descendants, those living in the surrounding community, and those visiting from afar. I am delighted to be here tonight to assist their efforts and support the continued advocacy of many of my engaged constituents on this issue. Including New Philadelphia in the National Park System would provide certainty and ensure its continued preservation far into the future. The National Park Service will be able to provide the tools, resources, and expertise necessary to elevate the site to its fullest potential. It is imperative that sites like New Philadelphia are preserved for years to come so that future generations can better understand their important history as well as the lessons that history provides us. In closing, I thank the National Resources Committee for supporting this important piece of legislation, and I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back. Thank you.
I urge the adoption of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Continue to reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we yield back the balance of our time.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 820 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4358 as amended.
The clerk will read the report. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 368, H.R. 4358, a bill to amend the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act to designate segments of the Little Manatee River as a component of the Wild and Scenic Rivers system and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the item under consideration.
Without objection,
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4358, the Little Manatee Wild and Scenic River Act, offered by our colleague from Florida, Representative Buchanan. The bill will formally designate an approximately 51-mile-long segment of the Little Manatee River in Florida as a national scenic river, beginning at its source in southeastern Hillsborough County. The Little River flows downstream into Tampa Bay. The river is one of the most pristine blackwater rivers in southwest Florida and is designated as an outstanding Florida water. Like all other wild and scenic rivers throughout the county, this bill will protect the river for public enjoyment without the fear of intrusive development. The bill ensures the river remains available for full range of recreational activities such as canoeing, kayaking, boating, and fishing. Designating the Little Manatee River as a scenic river will ensure that it continues to be enjoyed by future generations of Floridians and visitors of all stripes. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield of myself such time as it may be consumed.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4358, the Little Manatee Wild and Scenic River Act. This bill, sponsored by my colleague from Florida, Representative Vern Buchanan, would authorize the study of the Little Manatee River in Florida to consider its inclusion as a component of the National Wild and Scenic River System. The Little Manatee River, which has been designated an outstanding Florida water, transcends from 10 to 20 foot wide creek flowing through ash and oak floodplain forest to a 300 foot wide influenced river flowing through tidal marsh that empties into the Tampa Bay. The bill contains important provisions protecting private property's rights that assure that studies cannot be used as a justification for a new restriction managing practices unless Congress acts to officially designate the river as part of the National Wild and Scenic River System at a future date. This bill is locally supported, and I commend Representative Buchanan for his work on this legislation. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're prepared to close, and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge the adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and to my friend, the gentleman from Alabama, thank you very much. And with that, we yield back the balance of our time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4358? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, For what purpose does the
On this, I
gentleman?
ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Right. All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7698.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7698, a bill to designate the outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Ventura, California as the Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner Outpatient Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 20 minutes, pardon me. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California. We worked on that.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7698.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the memory of Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner, a member of the Navy's first flight training class for women, the first woman to command a naval aviation squadron, and a lifelong advocate for women's military service. The bill before us, H.R. 7698, would appropriately name the VA outpatient clinic in Ventura, California, the Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner Outpatient Clinic. I thank Representative Julia Brownlee, chairwoman of our committee's Women Veterans Task Force, for championing this effort. VA has more than 1,200 healthcare facilities nationwide, yet as of the beginning of this Congress, just 2 of these facilities bore the names of women veterans. Representative Brownlee's bill will begin to correct this regretful disparity. More than 2 million women veterans live in the United States today. They serve across all military branches and divisions, and they are the fastest growing group of veterans that utilize VA healthcare services. And so, it is fitting that we honor a trailblazing woman like Captain Mariner at one of these VA healthcare facilities. Captain Mariner had served to this country in her veins. The daughter of a World War II Navy nurse and an Army pilot killed in a pilot crash when she was just 3 years old, Captain Mariner grew up watching planes take off and land at the Miramar Naval Air Station in San Diego, California. Captain Mariner went on to become the first woman to enroll in the aeronautics program at Purdue University in 1971, one of 6 initial women to earn her wings as a U.S. naval aviator in 1974, and the first woman aviator to fly a jet attack aircraft in 1975. In 1990, Captain Mariner became commander of the Navy's Tactical Warfare Squadron at Naval Air Station Point Mugu in Ventura County. She continued in public service following her 24-year military career, teaching military history at the University of Tennessee for an additional 15 years. At Captain Mariner's funeral service in 2019, following a long battle against ovarian cancer, the Navy conducted its first flyover featuring all female pilots. This was, like the naming of the Ventura VA Outpatient Clinic will be, a fitting tribute to a life of service to this nation. H.R. 7698 has letters of support from the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, and Disabled American Veterans. I ask unanimous consent that these letters be included in the record. Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I encourage all my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7698, a bill to rename the VA Outpatient Clinic of Ventura, California, the Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner Outpatient Clinic. Captain Mariner was a trailblazer for women in the military aviation. She was born in Texas and grew up in San Diego, California. Her mother was a Navy nurse, and her father was a military pilot. She grew up watching planes take off from Naval Air Station Miramar, which inspired her to save up for flying lessons. In 1972, she was just 19 years old. She became the first woman to graduate from Purdue University aeronautical program. She then joined the Navy and was selected as one of the first 8 women to enter pilot training. In 1974, she became one of the first 6 women to earn the Naval Aviation Pilot's wings. She went on to become one of the first female aviators to fly the A-4 Skyhawk fighter aircraft, the first woman to fly the A-7 Corsair strike aircraft, the first female aviator to be assigned to an aircraft carrier, and the first woman to command an aviation squadron in the Navy. She commanded a tactical electronic warfare squadron during the first Gulf War. And after that, she was one of the first women in the Navy to be promoted to captain. She retired in 1997 after 24 years of military service with over 3,500 flight hours. Her funeral in 2019 was accompanied by the first all-female pilot flyover. Captain Mariner's contributions to the U.S. military and the nation were truly remarkable. She set a lasting example for women in the Navy, whose ranks will include, as of Wednesday, my own granddaughter, which I'm very proud of, even though I'm still having trouble with the Navy over the Marine thing. But I'm so proud to support this bill and grateful for Congresswoman Brownlee for her sponsoring of it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just want to say I appreciate the ranking member's mention of his daughter and the connection with today's action. I extend also my pride, and I feel his pride, and we also are thankful for your daughter's service. I would now at this time like to yield 7 minutes to my good friend and the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Health. She is the author of H.R. 7698, a vital piece of legislation, Chairwoman Julia Brownlee from the great state, my own great state of California.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd also like to thank the chairman of the committee and the ranking member for being so supportive of this bill. And I'd also like to thank Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer and every member of the California delegation for their support. As the chair and ranking member mentioned, my bill 7698 will name the new VA outpatient clinic in Ventura County after Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner. This new VA clinic has been a long time in the making. Since I was elected to Congress, I have been working to expand VA services in Ventura County to ensure that our veterans have access to the timely and quality care that they have earned and deserve. When I first came to Congress, it was clear that Ventura County veterans were being deeply underserved by the undersized and understaffed local VA clinic. So I immediately set out to work to correct the situation. While I was able to secure improvements in the facility that exists, it was clear that the large veteran population in our region needed a much larger facility and one run by VA personnel, personnel that understood them, understood their experiences. That was critically important. Although the road to passing legislation to authorize a new facility was long, in 2017, my legislation was signed into law. This new clinic will be better equipped to deliver high-quality health care to a growing community of veterans living in Ventura County and in the area. Importantly, the new clinic will have VA personnel and will offer expanded services and more specialty care like dental care, physical therapy, rehabilitation services, optometry, audiology, podiatry, cardiology, and other services. Getting the new facility open has been my highest priority in Congress, and I am very, very excited that it will be opening next Tuesday, September 27th. I am very grateful for the work of all the dedicated VA personnel in our region who have been laser focused on getting this new facility opened and hiring all the necessary staff it needs. Already, the reviews from local veterans who have toured the new facility have been very positive. I am hopeful that as veterans begin to get care at the facility, that it will be truly transformative in their lives. As chair of the Women Veterans Task Force, I am also especially pleased that the new clinic will be one of the first VA clinics in the country and the very first in the greater Los Angeles area with a woman-only entrance. Since the Revolutionary War, millions of women have served in the armed forces of the United States. However, when they leave the military, they are often invisible, and far too many women leave military service with the scars of military sexual trauma. The women-only entrance will ensure that our women veterans can feel safe and welcomed and hopefully never feel discouraged from seeking the care they need. While opening this clinic has been my highest priority, I also believe that naming the clinic will provide us with yet another opportunity to recognize the service and sacrifice of our women veterans. Women comprise the fastest growing and most diverse demographic in both the military and veteran population. Through my work in Congress, I am constantly reminded that women are the most visible while serving and the most invisible when they return to civilian life. This is symbolized, sadly, by the lack of VA facilities named after women veterans. In fact, of the 1,255 VA healthcare facilities, only 2 facilities have been named in honor of women veterans. Only 2. To address this, I convened a local citizens advisory panel comprised of veterans and community leaders to select a woman veteran for whom we could name the new clinic, and they selected Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner. Captain Mariner, a former resident of Ventura County, joined the Navy in 1973, where she became a member of the Navy's first flight training class for women. In 1974, she was one of 6 women to earn her wings, and the following year became the first female naval aviator to fly a jet-attacked aircraft. Captain Mariner was named commander of the Naval Tactical Electronic Warfare Squadron 34 at Naval Air Station Point Mugu in Ventura County, California. The unit was 30% female and made Captain Mariner the first woman to command an operational air squadron. Throughout her career, Captain Mariner was a passionate advocate for women in the military, leading the Women Military Aviators and working with Congress and the Department of Defense to lift restrictions barring women from flying in combat. So I could not be more pleased that the House is taking up my bill to honor Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner. This bill and this clinic send a critically important message to our women veterans, and that is, we see you. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam-
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7698, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7698? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass S. 2771.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
2771, an act to designate the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in San Angelo, Texas, as the Colonel Charles and Joanne Powell Department of Veterans Affairs Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S. 2771.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the lives of Colonel Charles and Joanne Powell, both of whom served the community of San Angelo, Texas, and advocated for veterans for many years. I thank my colleagues, Senator John Cornyn and Representative August Folger, for putting forward this legislation, which will rename the San Antonio VA Clinic in Colonel and Mrs. Powell's honor. Colonel Powell served as base commander of Goodfellow Air Force Base in San Angelo from 1980 to 1984. He was instrumental in helping to avoid closure of the base, which today serves as a school for thousands of service members training to be cryptologists, intelligence officers, and military firefighters. Mrs. Powell also lived a life devoted to public service as district manager to 4 separate members of Congress. In this role, Mrs. Powell encouraged many young men and women in the 11th Congressional District of Texas to serve in the United States military and helped numerous veterans access the VA benefits they rightfully earned. In S. 2771 and its companion bill, H.R. 4328, are co-sponsored by nearly 40 members of Congress, Democrat and Republican, and the legislation has the support of the American Legion, Veteran of Foreign Wars, and disabled American veterans. I ask unanimous consent that these letters of support be included in the record.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I support naming VA's community-based outpatient clinic in San Angelo, Texas, in Colonel Charles and Mrs. Joanne Powell's honor, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of S. 2771. This bill named the VA Community-Based Outpatient Clinic, or CBOC, in San Angelo, Texas, after Colonel Charles and Joanne Powell. Charles Powell graduated from the Naval Academy and went on to spend 3 decades in the Air Force. In that time, he deployed twice to Vietnam, served as commander of Goodfellow Air Base in San Angelo, and eventually attained the rank of colonel. While not a veteran herself, his wife, Joanne Powell, was a disabled American Veterans Department of Texas, put in a force, as they put it, a force all her own. During her husband's time as commanding officer of Goodfellow, she riveted the Officers' Wife Club and started a Christmas bazaar program that continues to this day. supported efforts to prevent the base from closing, and actively volunteered for the local charities and helped families of service members who were prisoners of war or missing in action. For her efforts, she was honored at the Goodfellow Air Force Base with a Lifetime Achievement Award. Joanne also spent almost 40 years working for her local congressman, helping thousands of service members, veterans, military families. This bill fulfills the committee's naming criteria. It has the full support of Texas congressional delegation, local VSOs, and the veteran community in and around San Angelo. I particularly want to recognize the hard work and leadership of my friend, Congressman August Pfluger, and the Senate sponsor of this bill, Senator Conan. They have been relentless in their advocacy for the bill so that Charles and Joanne's incredible legacy will finally receive the recognition it deserves. I thank them both and urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill today, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the person I just talked about, the gentleman from Texas, August Pfluger.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you to my colleague and ranking member and to the chairman for bringing this bill. I rise today in support of my bill to rename the Veterans Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in San Angelo, Texas, the Colonel Charles and Joanne Powell VA Clinic. I cannot think of two more deserving people of this honor than Colonel Charles and Joanne Powell. And they're both true American heroes who for their entire lives dedicated their service to this country, and through a distinguished career, not only in the U.S. Air Force, but later in civilian life, when they became two of the most ardent and fervent leaders for military and veterans issues. I want to share a love story that they had not only between themselves, but also for this country. Colonel Charles and Joanne Powell met in preschool in Nashville, Arkansas. They graduated high school together, and they were married in 1954 after Charles graduated the U.S. Naval Academy and then joined the Air Force. And no matter where Charles's missions took them around the world to different locations, Joanne was right there serving alongside him. Colonel Powell and Joanne first flew into San Angelo in 1980, and he became the base commander of Goodfellow, and Joanne the honorary First Lady. Their mission was daunting, as they were tasked with saving Goodfellow, which was slated for closure. And not only did they immediately spring into action to save the base, but they built a lasting partnership that lasts today between the community and the base, completely converting the base mission into one of a premier intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and also fire training mission for every branch of the U.S. military. After Charles retired, they settled in San Angelo, and their legacy has left over 360,000 graduates from Goodfellow Air Force Base that have joined all branches and all intelligence agencies, including not just the military, but the CIA, DIA, FBI, NSA, and more. Thankfully, their professional service has made this country better, but it's there where they decided to plant their roots and set to working their community and making it a better place. And in addition to her service as a military spouse, Joanne Powell gave immeasurable community involvement in countless leadership positions on boards and civic organizations. And through her 35-year career as a congressional liaison for the 11th District, she worked for Representatives Tom Loeffler, Lamar Smith, Mike Conaway, and lastly myself. She served thousands of veterans in this position. She helped in any way she possibly could. Not only did she spearhead the annual process of nominating Service Academy nominating young men and women to the service academies, which was a year-round position for both her and Charles Powell. But she also achieved what I think is probably more lasting in helping those cadets and those midshipmen go through the academies, including myself, which was probably her most generous contribution. Charles and Joanne were a perfect team. They supported each. They were a perfect team, and they supported one another as they completed their missions of life with flying colors. And together, they raised an exceptional daughter, Terry, and 2 wonderful grandchildren. I am thrilled today to be able to honor them, to honor their service, the impact that they had in the Concho Valley, the impact that they had on so many veterans, and the impact that they had on our military with the naming of the Charles and Joanne Powell VA Center. I'd like to thank the chairman and ranking member, the entire Texas delegation, and your staffs for helping make this a reality. And obviously, I'd like to thank Charles and Joanne Powell for their love of this country, which is a legacy that I think all of us could stand to learn from. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's is prepared
Thank
to
you, Madam
close.
Speaker. I would encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Madam
Gentleman from
Speaker, I ask
California
all my colleagues to join me in passing S 2771, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And the gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2771? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures: Senate Bill 3895, Senate Bill 3157, and H.R. 1456. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, to suspend the rules and pass S 3895, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3895, an act to extend and authorize annual appropriations for the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom through fiscal year 2024.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomez of California, inform the House that Mr. Gomez will vote yes on S 3095.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jeff Duncan from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote yea on Senate Bill 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representative Kahana, and Representative Meeks, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, and Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis, Mr. Desjardins, and Mr. Palazzo will all vote yea on S 3895. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Napolitano, Vargas, Bass, Tim Ryan, and Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Linda Sanchez, Mr. Connor Lamb, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Ms. Melanie Stansbury, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. McMorris Rogers, I inform the House that Ms. McMorris Rogers from Washington will vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McKeechan, Mr. Mondaire Jones, Mr. Butterfield, Mr. Blumenauer, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky. I inform the House that Mr. Rogers vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Conway, California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brenda Lawrence and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House these members will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on S 3895.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaMalfa and Mr. Crenshaw, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa and Crenshaw will vote yea on S 3895.
Does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 3895.
On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 4. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3157, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3157, an act to require the Secretary of Labor to conduct a study of the factors affecting employment opportunities for immigrants and refugees with professional credentials obtained in foreign countries.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on S3157. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on S3157.
Sorry, Ted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaMalfa of California and Crenshaw of Texas, I inform the House that both of them will vote yea on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Chris Stewart from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote yea on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yea on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yea on Senate 3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomez of California, inform the House that Mr. Gomez votes yes on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Sirius, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Linda Sanchez, Mr. Peter Welch, Ms. Brenda Lawrence, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Ms. Melanie Stansbury, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Austin Scott will vote yea on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Mondaire Jones, Mr. Butterfield, Ms. Newman, and Mr. Blumenauer, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on S3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Napolitano, Vargas, Bass, Team Ryan, and Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on S 3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will vote yea on S 3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Rogers from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Rogers will vote yea on S 3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on S 3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as designated by Mr. Jeff Duncan of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote yea on 3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Nails of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nails will vote no on S 3157.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative Kahana, I inform the House these members will vote yea on S 3157.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S3157.
On this vote, the yeas. On this vote, the yeas are 363, the nays are 52. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1456 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1456, a bill to amend the Peace Corps Act to reauthorize the Peace Corps, better support current and returned volunteers, and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Melanie Stanbury, Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Brenda Lawrence, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. McMorris Rogers of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. McMorris Rogers will vote yea on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative Kahana, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas, Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that both gentlemen will vote yea on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomez, I inform the House that Mr. Gomez votes yes on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yea on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Chris Stewart of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote nay on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McKeachin, Mr. Mondaire Jones, Mr. Butterfield, Ms. Newman, and Mr. Blumenauer, inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Grace Napolitano, Juan Vargas, Karen Bass, Tim Ryan, and Ruben Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jeff Duncan from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yea on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 1456. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi and Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, I inform the House that both of those gentlemen will vote nay on H.R. 1456. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers vote yea on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nails of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nails will vote no on H.R. 1456.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 1456.
On this vote, the yeas are 290, the nays are 125. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States. Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes it in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism declared in Executive Order 13224 of September 23, 2001, as amended, is to continue in effect beyond September 23, 2022. The crisis constituted by the grave acts of terrorism and threats of terrorism committed by foreign terrorists, including the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, in New York and Pennsylvania and against the Pentagon, and the continuing and immediate threat of further attacks on the United States, nationals or United States that lead to the declaration of a national emergency on September 23, 2001, has not been resolved. This crisis continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13224 as amended with respect to persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, September 19, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman for Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to reduce and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the Inflation Reduction Act. This law not only makes a massive $370 billion climate and energy investment nationwide, but it could generate up to 5 million new clean energy jobs across America. Madam Speaker, Texas is #1 in wind energy and #2 in solar energy. And Texas led all states in overall renewable energy production in the first quarter of 2022. There are nearly 240,000 Texas workers in the clean energy industry. This number will soon increase because of the estimated $66 billion investment in Texas's clean power industry between now and 2030. More Texas workers will be able to gain employment across the solar, wind, and other clean energy industries. President Biden and House Democrats are not only fighting the climate crisis, but we're making sure workers can transition into good pay clean energy jobs. We are putting people over politics, and it's about jobs, jobs, and more jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the heroism of the Thunderbolt Fire Department for its swift and effective response after Savannah Bananas pitcher Bill Lee collapsed while warming up. Bill Spaceman Lee is a legendary pitcher, a Boston Red Sox Hall of Famer, and a notorious personality in Major League Baseball. He's beloved by his community. Teammates and colleagues use words like infectious, unique, and living legend to describe him. His commitment to the great American pastime is lifelong, having continued to pitch for 40 years after the end of his career in the major leagues. While warming up for a Savannah Bananas game recently, Bill unfortunately suffered from a sudden cardiac episode that rendered him unconscious and unable to breathe. The Thunderbolt Fire Department reacted immediately, however, and Bill was quickly resuscitated and in a stable condition when he was transferred to a local hospital. Bill is already well on his way to a full and speedy recovery and is today in great spirits waiting for his next game. We have the Thunderbolt Fire Department's timely intervention to thank for saving the baseball legend's life, and I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize them today. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7240 to reauthorize the Reinforcing Education Accountability in Development Act, or the READ Act. I thank my good friend Chairwoman Karen Bass for leading this bipartisan legislation, and Chairman Meeks and the Speaker for moving it to the floor. Now, our dear friend and a great leader, Chairwoman Nita Lowy, who preceded me as chair of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, led the charge to pass the READ Act in 2017. I saw her over this weekend, and she was so excited that this bill was coming to the floor. The READ Act coordinates and amplifies U.S. efforts to support basic education abroad. Over 58 million children still cannot go to school around the world. Most of them are girls. And COVID-19 disrupted learning for hundreds of millions of kids, creating huge challenges for meeting the Sustainable Development Goal of providing a quality education for all kids by 2030. And so I was proud to include in the fiscal 23 House SFOP's appropriations bill $985 million for international basic education, $35 million, which is above last year's enacted level, and $291.1 million above the President's budget request. READ Act authorization will ensure that these resources will deliver the most value for kids around the world. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman for Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I would like to bring the attention to the American people of what should be the #1 story in every newspaper in the country tomorrow, but we know they won't even cover it. Today, were released the encounters and releases at the southern border for August. Just shy of 140,000 people. By comparison, 2 years ago, in August of the prior administration, it was 13,000. So in 2 years, we've gone from 13,000 to 140,000. That also means a corresponding increase in the amount of fentanyl crossing the border. And we all know that right now we have well over 100,000 illegal drug deaths in America, and of those 100,000, the vast majority contain fentanyl. I also will point out that right now the deportations are about 1/4 per day as to what they were for people committing crimes 2 years ago. I please want the American people to wake up and demand something serious done on the border, and I beg the press corps to talk about the new numbers for the August people crossing here illegally. Thank you.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
One minute without.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my profound support for the work of the House Appropriations Committee and highlight the inclusion of the fiscal year 2023 community project funding request for Indiana's 1st Congressional District. I'm grateful for the ability to collaborate with local units of government, nonprofit organizations, and the institutions of higher education to effectively advocate in a transparent fashion for their eligible projects. Notably, the House-approved legislation includes funding for vital economic and transportation assets in Northwest Indiana, including the Gary-Chicago International Airport, the Burns Waterway, Small Boat Harbor and Portage, and shoreline restoration efforts for Mount Baldy within the Indiana Dunes National Park. I look forward to continuing to work with all my colleagues to complete our constitutional work to fund government and advance the needs of our districts. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, over the past 21 months under the Biden administration, border states and cities such as McAllen, Texas, Yuma, Arizona have seen hundreds of thousands of legal immigrants enter their cities under these reckless border policies. I, along with 59 Republicans, introduced H.R. 6592, an Immigration Transparency and Notification Act, to provide for transparency of these secret immigration flights conducted by the Biden administration into my hometown and rural towns across America. Thousands of illegals were flown into areas across the country with no notice or coordination, yet no one flinched. No mainstream media attention, no outrage from the White House. Now that Chicago, D.C., and Martha's Vineyard have joined the party and been introduced to open border policy, somehow now this is a national tragedy and unacceptable. This is hypocrisy at its highest. I yield back.
All right, are there any further requests for 1 minute speeches? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 days, legislative days, to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise to begin the discussion that I think will continue in days to come and into even the new year. And that is to discuss the Congressional Black Caucus accomplishments in this Congress, the 117th, but by its very nature of the tenure and the breadth and depth of members of the Congressional Black Caucus, I believe that we can be talking for a very long time, and so this will probably be a continuum to tell the American people how we have been helping to ensure that they have a better quality of life. I'm very proud to join with the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus, Joyce Beatty, who has led us in the 117th Congress to be instrumental in the lives of intergenerations, across generational lines, and to ensure that those who are at the beginning of life, and those at the end of life, and those in between raising their families, know that the Congressional Black Caucus is standing with them. One particular unique example of that is, of course, the HBCU conference that is going on this week, where HBCUs are coming from all over the country. And it is interesting to be able to associate not only our colleague Alma Adams as the chair of the HBCU caucus, of which I'm a member and many of our colleagues are a member, including, I see on the floor, Chairman Scott. Under his leadership, the HBCUs have gotten more money than I believe in the history of many of our tenure here in the United States Congress, working with President Biden. This is at the leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus. So let me quickly begin my comments, and I will look forward to yielding to my friends who are here, including my colleague and friend from Louisiana, Mr. Troy Carter, Congressman Carter, who is the new vice chair of the Congressional Children's Caucus, and I know that we are looking forward to many days of action on behalf of the children of America and behalf of children of color and African-American children. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus strongly support the President's goal of passing legislation that will significantly reduce health care costs for all Americans. The Inflation Reduction Act will significantly reduce and has significantly reduced prescription drug costs and expanded health care coverage for millions of Black Americans, relieving financial strains on individuals and families. What I think is most important is the work that the Congressional Black Caucus did, including many of us, including the work that I advocated with our whip, Jim Clyburn, and Senator Warner. We were on it for the $35 cap on insulin, along with our colleagues. It was driven and inspired by members of the Congressional Black Caucus to ensure that insulin, which now is one of the driving forces of creating a better quality of life for our seniors, you can say that the Congressional Black Caucus was intimately involved in that. We were intimately involved in ensuring that it has a fair response to climate change around the issue of bringing down the cost of energy for our families in America. And of course, that impacted black families. This new law will help bring down energy costs for millions of black Americans, and it includes very strong protections and programs to promote environmental justice. Of course, we worked extensively on the bipartisan infrastructure law. That was, of course, a very pivotal role for those of us in the Congressional Black Caucus. Black, Hispanic, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and Native Americans, especially those who reside in urban communities, are more likely to be negatively impacted by pollution. Black people are almost 3 times more likely to die from asthma-related causes than their white counterparts. And of course, the Congressional Black Caucus led in negotiations to assure that this was a balanced bill. In particular, my constituents have already seen the magnificent results of the once-in-a-generation piece of legislation. Houston Metro was granted a $21 million grant for battery electric buses, and it has helped it move to the next level of next generation of bus rapid transit and plans to go to the airports, both Hobby and Bush Intercontinental in my district, with bipartisan infrastructure dollars. And as a hurricane-prone community, as many of the Gulf states are, from Louisiana to Texas and Mississippi, the bipartisan infrastructure bill will help us work on those flood-prone areas and ensure the safety and life of so many. I'm excited about how the Congressional Black Caucus gravitated around the Juneteenth legislation, the first bill in almost 40 years that created a federal holiday, which was signed on June 17, 2021. I'm very pleased to be the first member to introduce legislation to ensure that there was a holiday after 10 years of introducing the resolutions, and the culmination of all of these years, and particularly the culmination of Opal Lee, who came on a hot day in 2019 and brought us 1 million petitions in her 90s to ensure that Juneteenth could become a federal holiday. Her work in getting all of those petitions, the introduction of the legislation that I was proud to introduce, and ultimately presiding over the floor. All of the members of the Congressional Black Caucus were strong proponents of this, and we could not have done it without their leadership and urgency. Many of you know that Juneteenth represents 2 more years of slavery for those west of the Mississippi until General Granger came with Order Number 15 to announce that the slaves were free, because the South had not adhered to the 1863 Emancipation Proclamation. So he came to Galveston, Texas, General Granger, announcing the end of the Civil War and the freedom of the last Americans enslaved in the Confederate States. Since the 1800s, Juneteenth has been an important commemoration to African Americans, even as Frederick Douglass and W. Du Bois reminded us, that Frederick Douglass in particular, that there is no power without struggle. And of course, W. Du Bois talked to us about the talented 10th. That means that the work of the Congressional Black Caucus is keen, and we are keen to make sure that the work that is done continues to emphasize what is best for them. Let me also take note of the support of African Americans in helping to assure in the Congressional Black Caucus, with the leadership of Chairwoman Beatty, and working with the Judiciary Committee, the chairman of the full committee, Nadler, Subcommittee Cohen, and myself, and the members of the Congressional Black Caucus on Judiciary, we were able to mark up for the first time in history H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals. What a powerful experience, first with 2 hearings, bringing people from all over, including the author and proponent of the 1619 Project, and leaders and scholars who understood that this is simply restoration and repair, and this must be created as a commission by law, by vote, or executive order. In addition, glad to have the help of the Congressional Black Caucus on the passage of the Violence Against Women Act, Reauthorization Act, that I introduced, and in it were many aspects of work or language for people of color for the first time, training for young men and boys on how to deal with the issue of violence and also the question of rape and how we should be working on that. We followed with a massive work on education, as I indicated, doing more for primary and secondary education than could ever be imagined under the leadership of Chairman Bobby Scott. And I will conclude my remarks in order to yield to my friends, is to be able to say that one of the things we led on was, during the midst of the pandemic, were several things that the Congressional Black Caucus led on. One, to push testing into our community where there was none, to push vaccines and vaccination into our community where there was none, and to ensure that we focused on lost learning and our children who did not have access to broadband. It was our voices that made it loud and clear. Ultimately, broadband access has been put more and more into the bipartisan infrastructure bill, but during the pandemic, it was the voices of the Congressional Black Caucus that insisted that we do better with respect to these children who had no access. The stories were large and looming. They were frightening. And I am glad that our voices continue. There are many other litany of issues dealing with climate change, dealing with the criminal justice reform. It was because of us that ultimately we introduced the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, 2 bills named after George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. But we ultimately, because of all the work we did, Karen Bass and all the members of the CBC, all the work that we did, but ultimately resulted in an executive order that we do know has indicated by executive order that you will have no more chokeholds, no knocks, and more that we hope to put into statutory law. We're excited that the bill did include large aspects of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. With that in mind, I am delighted to be able to yield to, as I talk further about some of these important elements of the work of the Congressional Black Caucus, but I'm pleased now to yield to the chairman of the House Education Committee so that he can evidence the Congressional Black Caucus 117th Congress accomplishments through the work that he has done on his committee, the Education and Labor Committee. Chairman Scott.
Thank you, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding and thank her for her good work. Madam Speaker, the American people deserve a government that puts people over politics and protects hardworking families, not billionaires and special interests. That's why throughout the 117th Congress, the House Education and Labor Committee has advanced legislation that meets the needs of students, families, workers, and our economy. Over the last 2 years, congressional Democrats and the Biden-Harris administration have made historic progress to rescue the American economy, create good-paying jobs, get students back on track, fight child hunger, and boost access to health care. Just in the Education and Labor Committee, there's a lot that was done. We helped create over 10 million jobs in our economy since January 2021, the most jobs in history for 20 months. We recovered all of the jobs lost during the pandemic. We reduced unemployment to historically low levels. We saved the pensions of over 1 million workers and protected thousands of businesses by saving the multi-employer pension fund. We delivered the largest one-time federal investment for K-12 education in the United States history. And we delivered that money and distributed it according to the Title I formula, where poverty is the main factor, meaning that the districts that needed the most got the most. Those that are traditionally overlooked got more money than they've ever gotten before. We put money into school lunches so that students didn't go hungry during that period of time. We made sure that with that money, the schools could open safely, stay open safely, and make up for lost learning. And during that period of time, during the COVID relief bills, we had more money for historically black colleges and universities. than they'd ever have in history. Now, we also made sure that the number of Americans without health insurance, because of the actions that we've taken, is now the lowest it has ever been. We've made sure that they could get vaccines, and those vaccines were distributed equitably. That's not always the case. We made sure that drug prices were down, particularly insulin. For seniors, no more than $35 per month for insulin. A lot of people right now, before this bill, were paying a lot more than that. That's just the kind of legislation that came through the Education and Labor Committee. But House Democrats and the Congressional Black Caucus are committed to continuing this historic progress and building back a stronger economy for all Americans. And that's why we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, which not only modernized roads, bridges, waterways, but will also create millions of good-paying jobs and will deliver broadband to areas that don't have broadband today. And we'll invest in neighborhoods that were destroyed by previous transportation plans going right down the middle of African-American neighborhoods, and we'll invest in those neighborhoods to try to make up for that devastation. Moving forward, we're committed to committee work, advancing policies like Raise the Wage Act, Protecting the Right to Organize Act, the Equity, Inclusion, Enforcement Act, and Strengthen Diversity Act, and Rebuild America Schools Act to ensure that every worker, student, and family has the opportunities to succeed. We've done a lot. We haven't finished, but I want to thank the gentlelady from Texas for her leadership and the opportunity to remind the American public of what we've already accomplished. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. It is clear that there is a new day on the Committee of Ed and Labor, and that committee, led by Chairman Scott, has shown itself to be the People's Committee. And I'm delighted that his longstanding membership with the Congressional Black Caucus has shown that his work is for all of America, but through the Congressional Black Caucus, he has helped and elevated families who have suffered because of racial discrimination, because of economic inequities. He has been focused, and certainly I want to credit him again with the work that has been done on HBCUs. I can assure you, with HBCUs in Texas, everywhere I go, they are taking note of the increased funding that has allowed them to do issues or handle matters with physical infrastructure, scholarship, the new Pell Grant. I needed to add that, the new Pell Grant executive order, student loan executive order that has allowed for those with Pell Grant loans to making $120,000 to get $20,000 in relief. The Congressional Black Caucus worked extensively to ensure that those people with student loans were not forgotten. Let me say it again. We work without ceasing to ensure that individuals who were overburdened with student loans couldn't get down payments for housing and other matters for their quality of life. We were ensuring that we were in the front, if you will, to continue to advocate for student loan reduction. Let me just say this as I prepare to yield to my dear friend on the floor here. As the poet Langston Hughes reminds us in his famous poem, Mother to Son, that life in America for African Americans ain't been no crystal stair. And what I would say is that the goodness of this message is that in spite of it all, African Americans have put on uniforms and fought their battles on behalf of this nation. African Americans are great lovers of this country, and they're great patriots. African Americans have worked in every level of government. They have, of course, been individuals that worked, as some would say, at the bottom of the totem pole, meaning every manner of work they have done. And they have been African Americans who were enslaved, who helped build the White House and the very building that we're in, never to hold the anger of their station in life, but continue to work to insist on a better quality of life for their families. So it is very much important to take note of the bills that we have been able to do as individual members of Congress. And so I'm just going to cite H.R. 7566, stops human trafficking in schools, that I introduced, and then, of course, working with an amendment to the workforce innovation, ensuring HBCUs full access to job skills training, amendment to H.R. 8294, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Bill, to ensure that HBCUs had specific work. It supports the work of the National Institute of Food and Agriculture by increasing the funding by $2 million. And then I want to finish more deeply on the H.R. 40. And that bill is much exhibited, as I've been on the floor before, with this slave and his back, and the whelps on his back from a whip. This was the life of slavery in America. And I just read recently of Germany's response to aging Holocaust victims, which I applaud, providing millions of dollars to respond to their pain, just recently. And so in the course of the commission to study slavery and develop reparation proposals, it will give America a moment of healing. We've been hearing this discussion across the nation and across the world. Most recently, of course, in the halls or the places in Great Britain. But for America to take that stand, that the discussion is worthy, that the study is worthy, that the idea of what kind of proposals would come about, what inclusive ways will we deal with the recognition of over 2 centuries of slavery, unpaid, no insurance, no workman's comp, no days off, from sunup to darkness, beat by the whip, as the slave narratives in 1939 told us. The stories are powerful. Ripped away from our families, made families, husband and wife and children, and then you would hear the pleas in the slave narratives when they say, "Come home, husband. They're about to sell me and the children in different ways, in different places." It happened to slaves all the time. I was honored and humbled to meet the survivors of the Wall Street Massacre. It happened in 1921. Those people were, in actuality, some even former slaves, but mostly descendants of the most recent people who were slaves. The most recent. Their ancestors or their mother might have been a slave, but they built a Wall Street, but yet it could not survive because of racism and discrimination. So, to heal our land, the Congressional Black Caucus has worked in many ways to heal our land. And I'm grateful of their advocacy for just a fair and simple study and assessment of what we should do to repair what occurred 2 centuries and continues even today. The story is long about the inequities of the GI Bill, redlining, the discrimination in voting, in the criminal justice system, the basis of wealth, so distinctive between other populations in this country. So I want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus for the extensive legislative history that it's had over the 117th Congress, and it really is my privilege, Madam Speaker, to yield the remaining of my time to speak about the accomplishments of the Congressional Black Caucus to our dear colleague and friend who has shown himself a leader, and that is Congressman Troy Carter of Louisiana.
Is recognized for the remainder of the time.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And a huge thank you to our incredible leader, my neighbor, my friend, my colleague, my leader, the Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who has the pulse of our country firmly in her grip. I've watched this woman go from country to country, fighting for justice and what's right and what's pure. And we can't thank her enough. In recognition of the great work that she does, she stands at this rostrum and she talks about the atrocities in our country while she continues to fight for atrocities in other countries. Ma'am, I applaud you. I thank you for your incredible leadership. It's a pleasure to serve with you, and America's a better place because of you. For decades, the CBC has fought for justice, truth, and equality. From within the halls of government that once permitted our ancestors to be enslaved, Congress after Congress, the CBC is at the center of many negotiations and conversations to better lives for the American people. The 117th Congress was an exceptional example of CBC's leadership. The CBC led the fight for the National Infrastructure Investment Act so that instead of bridges to the brink and toxic sludge, Americans will have resilient infrastructure and clean, safe, reliable drinking water. Today, the CBC leads the fight to reduce child poverty. Through policies like the expanded child tax credit and SNAP, we know that instead of setting kids up to struggle, we're setting them up to succeed. Through policies like the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, we can improve public safety and help prevent terrible, hate-driven crimes like we saw in Buffalo, Uvalde, or any city USA. It seems to happen far, far too often. In Louisiana, because of the actions of the CBC and great leaders in this body, we've been able to have kids not have to sit outside of a McDonald's to use the internet. Since Katrina, since the hurricanes that have wrecked our community, since COVID that has wrecked our world, we know that things like broadband are no longer a luxury, but a necessity. Yet in many impoverished communities in my district, people would not have access. Many rural areas would not have access to the internet for telehealth, for education, for business purposes, for everyday life, for shopping. These things would not exist. But I'm proud today because of the efforts of this body and because of CBC, we're able to deliver and bring those things home to the people of Louisiana and America. We know that the infrastructure bill that is now signed into law, Louisiana is seeing dollars flowing that they've never seen before. Bridges that have been on the brink of disaster are being repaired. The opportunity for us to have transportation between New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Lake Charles, and beyond is now a reality. The ability to invest money in areas in my state that have been plagued with chemical poisoning, have been plagued with disease because of the placement of these facilities that have historically settled themselves in communities of black and brown. No longer will our communities be the path of least resistance. No longer will people have to literally die for their jobs. See, we can have coexistence, but coexistence begins with everyone recognizing that the single most important commodity that anyone has is its people. And making sure that we have safe environments, clean environments where our children can be educated, where families can live, where families can earn a good living and enjoy clean air. That's what we fight for at the CBC every day. And Louisiana will be the beneficiaries of such efforts. We will continue to fight to make sure that this caucus and this body understands and no longer looks away and say business as usual. No longer can we afford to watch children go without. As my dear colleague and chairman of the Education and Labor Committee said moments ago, more money has been invested in HBCUs under this 117th Congress than ever in the history of our country. More money has been put in infrastructure since the very creation of the interstate system under this Congress. And this CBC has played a pivotal role in making those things happen. But it doesn't stop here. We must continue to fight. We must continue to go out and make sure that we tell our story, that we're here and we're working, and we will not let anyone turn the clock back on the efforts that we have fought so valiantly for. I'm so proud to serve with giants in this CBC, people that have worked tirelessly for decades to make a difference in our community. There's a lot of work yet to be done. With the leadership of Chair Beatty, Whip Clyburn, and many others, the CBC will continue to secure major wins for the American people because they deserve it. We will continue to fight. Failure is not an option. I yield back.
Still here. Didn't get out fast enough.
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today in solidarity with my good friend from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to raise an important issue that my constituents, that I know my friend from Pennsylvania and his constituents care about, and frankly, constituents all over this country care about, and that is the state of the fiscal crisis facing our country right now. This is really not a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. All hardworking American taxpayers of all political persuasions should be concerned about the state of the fiscal mess that we face in our country. A $31 trillion national debt that is literally burying our children and our grandchildren in a mountain of debt. This is mortgaging our future, and we need to get our fiscal house in order. The American taxpayer works hard for their income, and they deserve a government that lives within its means. And that's why I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with my colleague, Mr. Smucker, Congressman Smucker, who is going to highlight this issue of fiscal recklessness, the need to tighten our belts, to live within our means so that we do not continue to put this burden on our children and our grandchildren. We need to stop the spending spree and live within our means. And just to highlight how serious this problem is, Madam Speaker, it's not a lack of tax revenue. The issue is not that we don't tax the American people enough from Washington, D.C. The issue is that we are overspending. In fact, this year, the federal government has raised more revenue from taxes than in any period in history. And it's actually over $1 trillion when you consider inflation. $1 trillion more in tax revenue in inflation-adjusted terms. So the problem with our debt and deficit is not that we are taxing the American people too little. The problem is that we're living beyond our means, spending well beyond our means, and it's not only threatening the future fiscal solvency of our country, this overspending, this addiction to deficit spending has delivered a historic 40-year high inflation crisis. It has created excess demand, and when combined with the constraints that this administration has put on energy production, it's a classic supply-demand mismatch, overspending, creating excess demand, combined with constraining energy, a war on domestic energy production, constraining the supply. That supply-demand mismatch has pushed up prices.
And what's the result of that, Madam Speaker? It means that the Federal Reserve must engage in a precipitous quantitative tightening process. It must raise interest rates fast. It must engage in tightening of monetary policy. And what does that mean? Higher interest rates. And higher interest rates means higher debt costs, debt service costs. We have to pay higher interest on the national debt, which compounds the problem. So the solution, Madam Speaker, for the fiscal policymakers, those of us in the Congress and in the White House and the executive branch, is to start living within our means. And then, and only then, can we get our inflation crisis under control and the Federal Reserve can start lowering interest rates once again. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his leadership in advocating for fiscal sanity in Washington, the restoration of fiscal responsibility. We need to exercise fiscal discipline and get this ship turned around. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield to my friend from Pennsylvania. Let me yield back to the chair so that the chair can recognize Congressman Smucker.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Kentucky, who truly is an expert on fiscal policy and truly understands the situation that we are in our country. We just simply cannot afford to continue down this path and expect that there will not be consequences. Consequences for us, and if not for us, certainly for future generations. At the least, we are mortgaging the future of our kids and our grandkids, and it is completely irresponsible. We just came back, all of us back in our districts, and I can tell you, I spent most of the weekend out talking to people across the district, and they are very concerned about the impact of this president's policy and the policy of this Congress on their daily lives. I have constituents who are choosing each week whether they can buy groceries or whether they can buy gas for the car. I spoke just recently to one constituent who had been out of the workforce for about 10 years. This individual, by the way, had 13 kids, which I thought was amazing, but he'd been out of the workforce for 13 years and just took a job because he can no longer afford, he can no longer make ends meet because of the policies of this president and the rising prices that have been created by the policies of this administration. And they are angry that the president had a White House party to celebrate the passage of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. And this celebration, of course, just recently was broadcast amid a backdrop of the plummeting stock market, and upon the news that morning, just that morning, of another month of record high inflation. And no matter how the president wants to talk about it, no matter how Democrats want to talk about it, Madam Speaker, he says that inflation has leveled off, but we're still at 8.5% above what prices were just 12 months ago. That is something we haven't seen in our country for about 40 years. And this was after Democrats and the president were saying this would be transitory inflation. You'd think if we're in a hole, at some point we'd stop digging. But instead, the president, congressional Democrats, while they're patting themselves on the back, continue to spend taxpayer dollars. Just last night, President Biden was on 60 Minutes arguing that he deserves some credit, again, for his fiscal policies while inflation is at another 40-year high. The president speaks fiscal responsibility, yet every action that he takes only balloons our debt and balloons our deficits. It is far past time for his wasteful inflationary spending agenda to come to an end. The American people, the constituents in my district, can no longer afford the policies of this administration. Tonight, for the next 45, 50 minutes or so, I'm going to be proud to welcome some of my Republican colleagues including fellow members of the House Budget Committee and others, who share the deep concerns that were just outlined by Congressman Barr, and you'll be hearing from others, concerns about the fiscal state of our nation and the trajectory that we're on. So over the next hour, we're going to take stock of this administration's reckless budget agenda and some of the drastic consequences that we're hearing about from our constituents. And so our first person I'd like to welcome to join us tonight is Dr. John Joyce of Pennsylvania, who is a great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. We won't argue tonight about which committee is the best committee. I serve on the Ways and Means Committee. But John is a dear friend of mine, a wonderful member of Congress. I'm very, very proud to serve with him. I'm proud to count him as a friend. He's doing a fabulous job as a member of that committee and member of Congress. And I look forward to his insights on how the Biden administration's policies have resulted in this record high inflation. And I'd like to hear what his constituents are facing in the 13th District of Pennsylvania, which is directly adjacent to mine. So, Dr. Joyce, thank you for joining us this evening.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for holding this important special order tonight on an issue that truly affects all Pennsylvanians and all Americans. I thank Representative Smucker, my colleague, who is a true leader and a fiscal conservative, for bringing this discussion to the United States Congress. Yesterday afternoon, I conducted a survey in my weekly newsletter asking respondents if, during the past year, the rising costs of gas and groceries had cut into their savings. Relatively simple question. 89% of the responders said yes. Unfortunately, this is a sad reality. It's a sad reality in the American economy that has been decimated by President Biden's failed tax and spend policies that put far-left gimmicks ahead of the needs of the American people. During the Biden administration, at a time when small businesses across our country were begging for workers, we saw legislation that paid workers to remain at home. We saw the government mandates that had no basis in science, policies that did not account for natural immunity, policies that forced highly skilled workers to leave their jobs, which unfortunately, again, helped to cripple our supply chains. During the Biden administration, the so-called infrastructure bill that spent more money bailing out windmills and solar farms and did nothing on fixing roads and bridges. We saw the poorly named Inflation Reduction Act, which the Congressional Budget Office says will increase our national deficit over the next few years. This is no time to throw a party celebrating these priorities as inflation continues to rise. This is no party situation. Time after time, we have witnessed an administration that cowers to the radical left and fails to consider that their own runaway spending has led to these soaring prices at the gas pump and at the grocery store. When I was seeing patients as a physician, one of the issues that I would stress to parents is how important parents' ability to provide milk, whole milk, for their children's growth. Whole milk that supplies the necessary vitamins for bone development, brain development, and muscle development. In the past year, the cost of milk has soared 17%. This kind of price hike is unsustainable, and no administration can take the health and well-being of Americans seriously while deliberately creating policies that make healthy choices, like whole milk, more expensive for American families, more expensive for the parents who need to supply that for their growing children. The cost of eggs is up nearly 40%,
and the cost of food overall has risen more in the past year than at any time since 1979 when Jimmy Carter was president. To make matters even worse, real wages have gone down, and inflation has outpaced wage growth for the 17 months that Joe Biden has been in the White House. The economic situation the American people find themselves in right now is unsustainable. In the second quarter of this year, household wealth in the United States fell by $6.1 trillion, a record drop that has left families unable to pay for the everyday expenses that they face. As I traveled through my district in August, like my colleague Mr. Smucker spoke about, I talked to a mother who told me that she was making difficult decisions on whether to buy the necessary groceries for her family, for her children's lunches, or put gasoline in the family car. No American should be making those decisions. The record inflation that has put parents and families in this position is the result of failed policies that have wasted taxpayer dollars and flooded our economy with too much cash while simultaneously killing the supply chain and causing shortages throughout the market. When we look at the liberal partisan legislation passed this past year, we see laws that choose winners and losers. So let's take stock. By handling out tax breaks for purchasing an electric vehicle and by offering money to companies who put up solar farms that fail to produce baseload power, the Biden administration has sent a clear signal to Pennsylvania's energy producers that they are not valued by Washington liberals. By canceling the Keystone XL pipeline and putting a halt on new drilling leases, Joe Biden has made one thing clear. He has no interest in lowering gas prices. He has no interest in lowering energy prices. Instead of pivoting to failed technologies like wind and solar that cannot be stored and that can only be used during peak hours, we need to return to the energy sources that are under the feet of my constituents in Pennsylvania. The coal, the natural gas, the oil, the Marcellus Shale that can help to return our nation to a position of energy dominance. After dismantling nuclear energy, Europe is facing the worst energy crisis in a generation. By signing legislation pro-Green New Deal initiatives, President Biden seems intent on making the same mistake right here in the United States. Digging out of that hole that President Biden and the far-left members of Congress created will take some hard work. And it's time for Congress to stop the runaway spending on failed and untested programs. We need to stop giving taxpayer dollars to Green New Deal priorities that only serve to hurt American families. Right now, our communities are counting on us. The schools in our district are counting on us to get inflation under control. The families in our district are counting on us to get this runaway inflation back under control. As President Biden creates crisis after crisis in our economy, one thing is very clear. We cannot spend our way out of the problems that the Biden administration has orchestrated. We need to return to fiscal conservatism and pass legislation that supports Pennsylvania families, American families, instead of burdening them with crushing inflation. I thank the gentleman for holding this special order, and I yield back.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for his words, and it's clear that you're in touch regularly with your constituents and are hearing some of the same things that I've heard. You mentioned the real wage drop, about $3,500 per family due to the policies of this administration. It's as if someone takes a month worth of salary, and families have to do without that month of salary. And by the way, that comes on the heels of policies under the previous administration that led to, after decades of stagnation, a $6,000 average household increase in income. Which is more compassionate? And you're exactly right. We know the impact of these policies. We must stop. We must implement policies that work for the American people. It's why I was So frustrated. By the way, I have a news flash. Naming a bill something doesn't mean it is so. And just recently, the Biden administration and Democrats in Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act. And studies now are saying it will not impact inflation. It will most likely increase inflation. But let's just dig in on some of the policies that are included. $745 billion in new spending, over half of which is for the Green New Deal agenda. That includes $3 billion for, I quote, environmental and climate justice warriors, and $245 billion in the Department of Energy loans for other friends of the left. As gas prices increased 50% over the course of last year, President Biden's solution was to raise taxes on American oil and gas producers. And so we know that this will continue to affect constituents. They will continue to pay the price of higher price of gasoline at the pump. And at this time, then, President Biden and congressional Democrats thought it would be a good idea to combat inflation by offering tax credits for high-end electric vehicles. Now, interestingly enough, and maybe unsurprisingly, a lot of those electric vehicle manufacturers that were set to benefit from those new tax credits immediately turned around and raised the prices of their vehicles, essentially wiping out the value of the credit. Another way that they thought apparently would help inflation was to raise taxes on the middle class, including $53 billion in new taxes on Main Street and $10 billion in new taxes on those making less than $200,000 a year. Then, adding salt to the wound, the bill spends $80 billion for the IRS to hire 87,000 new agents. By the way, any of us in our congressional districts know that the IRS has a problem. I've talked to constituents in my district who are still waiting for refunds from 2019. So I get it, the IRS may need some additional funding to help to serve the American people better. But do you know there's 14 times as much money in this bill spent on increasing audits on everyday Americans rather than the money that's in for improving customer service there at the IRS. There's a CBO analysis, the Congressional Budget Office, that we all rely upon, confirmed that those new agents will focus on extracting as many dollars as possible, doing audits on the middle class. And despite the president's claims, half of those audits will be in those making less than $400,000 a year. We could go on about this bill, and if we have a little more time, maybe we will. But I'm very pleased to be joined by Congressman Buddy Carter of Georgia, who's a fellow member of the Budget Committee, passionate about the fiscal issues here in our country. I've always appreciate his fervor about these issues, and I'm really pleased to count him as a friend. So, Mr. Carter, pleased to have you with us, and I yield as much time as you would like.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank you for hosting this, because this is extremely important. I hope people are paying attention to this. As I say, what we're doing right now is intergenerational theft. $31 trillion in debt. That is intergenerational theft. In fact, Madam Speaker, by the time I'm done speaking tonight, just my part, the federal debt will have grown by more than $13,000. That's right. I suspect I'll take about 3 minutes, maybe 4. But during that time, the federal debt will have grown by $13,000. We learned last week that August's annual inflation rate was a staggering 8.3%. By we, of course, I mean everyone except Joe Biden, who boasted on 60 Minutes last night that inflation has not spiked. If the worst inflation numbers in 40 years isn't a spike, I don't know what is. Unfortunately for Mr. Biden, the numbers don't lie. That 8.3% inflation is costing families well over $4,000 this year alone, essentially wiping out 1 month's paycheck. I don't know a single family that can afford that kind of sacrifice. Worse, real wages have fallen every single month since President Biden's $1.9 trillion stimulus passed last year. But it's not just today's taxpayers that will feel these impacts. Generations from now, people will still be feeling the sting of Biden's inflation crisis. Over the next decade, decisions made in Biden's first 2 years will add $4.8 trillion to our federal deficit. $4.8 trillion. Decades of lower interest rates have spared the federal government from facing the true costs of borrowing at such high levels, but today's inflation has forced the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates. We are quickly approaching a point where the interest alone on our federal debt will overwhelm our federal budget, resulting in dire economic effects. 1% of higher interest rates would cost the federal government $400 billion every year starting next year. Just 1% rise in the interest rate costs the federal government $400 billion in extra interest. That's on top of what we're paying already. That's money we could spend on national defense, health care, and other of the many priorities our nation faces. But instead, we're paying interest on our debt. Interest payments will pass defense spending by the end of the decade. They'll pass Medicare by 2046 and Social Security by the midpoint of the century. As the Federal Reserve continues to raise interest rates to combat inflation, which will likely happen again this week, this only gets worse. This, again, is intergenerational theft. Every year, we add more than 4 times the entire U.S. population to our national debt. The time to act is now. We're stealing from our children and our grandchildren and deferring a crisis for them to fix. We must act. Each year that goes by without increased deficits digs our hole deeper and deeper. It's time to put down the shovel. One of the first things we learned when I became a member of the Georgia State Legislature was when you're in a hole, quit digging. We're in a hole. We're stealing from our children and our grandchildren and deferring a crisis for them to fix, and we must act. As a medical professional by training, I'm well acquainted with the Hippocratic Oath, which famously says, first, do no harm. Congress must take a similar approach when it comes to our budget. Congress doesn't control interest rates, but we can control how much money is added to our national debt. Responsible fiscal policy that balances our budget is the first step to walking away from the fiscal cliff, over which our children's children are already dangling. President Biden's budget calls for $1 trillion in deficit spending every year going forward. Again, that is money we do not have and cannot continue pretending like we do. Republicans must insist on reining in the spending. That means no more trillion-dollar packages that pour fuel on the fire of inflation. That means eliminating our deficit so we can pay off our outsized debt. That means returning the budget process to regular order. You know, Washington Democrats recently passed the Inflation Reduction Act, or as I like to call it, the Inflation Acceleration Act. Because this bill did not go through regular order, there was a grave oversight that threatens a $5.5 billion electric vehicle plant that is set for construction in my district. It's put it in jeopardy. This highlights just how important it is that bills go through regular order. If we had had a committee markup on this, we could have called it. If we had vetted it. One of my favorite sayings is that none of us is as smart as all of us. That's why all of us should be involved in this. The same logic applies to budgeting. If we don't give our members the ability to read, debate, and amend legislation, we end up with policies and proposals and budgets that hurt the same people that purport to help. When we miss budget deadlines, we are breaking the law. In what world does it make sense for the legislative body to routinely break federal law, the laws we wrote and passed? Small business owners and families have to make a budget, and they have to stick to it. It's time to restore fiscal discipline in Washington, D.C. It's time to balance our budget. Again, I want to thank the gentleman for allowing me this time, and I want to thank him for hosting this. This is important. You know, I don't know what it's going to take to get people's attention, short of a catastrophe. But I do know this. We cannot continue. We cannot continue on the route in which we are right now. This is intergenerational theft. We cannot leave this to our children and our grandchildren. I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from Georgia for his comments. You identified the problem and have some real solutions on how we can address this and how we can save the future for our kids and our grandkids. It's one of the saddest things about this. You know, the idea of the American dream is that every generation can do better than their parents and their parents before them, and we've seen that for centuries here in the United States. That is at risk because of the fiscal policies that are in place here today. So I look forward to working with you. We hope that next Congress can be the Congress where we can begin to put this country on the right path. Thank you. With that, I'd like to welcome our next speaker tonight, next participant, my friend and fellow Pennsylvanian Fred Keller from the 12th District in Pennsylvania. Mr. Keller plays an important role in oversight of the Biden administration as a member of the Ed and Labor Committee, as well as the Oversight and Reform Committees, and I count him as a great friend and look forward to his thoughts tonight on what we're talking about, the administration's flawed understanding, like lack of understanding of the impact of inflation on Pennsylvanians. We see it every day. Yes. And potentially budget principles that can help us right our fiscal ships. I'd be glad to yield as much time as the gentleman would like.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, my friend and colleague. And our history goes back a little farther than before we knew each other, and that's to Lancaster County. And I worked for a business headquartered in Lancaster County that taught me a lot of things. It taught me how to budget. It taught me how to look out for the future and plan. And it taught me how to listen. And I think that's the thing that we do best when we're representing the people that send us here to do their work. And during President Biden's interview with 60 Minutes, that marked the first on-air sit-down interview between the president and an American journalist in 7 months. It's abundantly clear why his handlers have been keeping him away from the cameras. He's completely out of touch with the American people. He can tell us stories about when he was in Scranton. That was back in the 70s. I was probably about 8 years old the last time President Biden, I was 8 years old when he came to Washington, D.C. So he can tell his stories from before I was 8 years old. But he's been here for 50 years. He ought to remember that the last time we had this kind of inflation, President Reagan was leading our great nation out of the disaster of the Carter years. And it looks like President Biden has failed to learn from that history, because those who fail to learn from history are condemned to repeat it. Unfortunately, the president's forcing all of us to repeat that history of runaway inflation. During his interview, President Biden pushed back when pressed about inflation soaring to record highs, arguing that the month-to-month inflation rate has remained steady at 8.3% compared to a year ago. I guess we're supposed to say thank you. But thank you doesn't put gas in the car. Thank you doesn't put food on the table. And thank you doesn't make sure that families can save for their children's education. Keep in mind, this is the same president that told the American people inflation was transitory. So I don't know if he means it's going to come back worse than it is now or what he's thinking. But now he's spiking the football and taking credit for persistent inflation not getting worse. That's interesting. Not getting worse. It's almost like somebody that lights one house on fire and then takes credit for the house next door not catching on fire. Okay? I just can't understand it. The president can try and spin the narrative on inflation all he wants. But last night, Americans watched the president speak, and they got a glimpse into the future of our country if Washington Democrats remain in control. The reality is inflation's at a record high. American families are making tough decisions about their budgets, decisions that President Biden has had to make since 1973, when he started collecting his check from the taxpayers. But the people for which he works are having to make those decisions. Hardworking Americans deserve real answers on how their government plans to reduce inflation, not just maintain historically high levels of it. Washington Democrats can't give the American people straight answers because it's their policies that have put us in economic turmoil. Republicans have a plan, and my colleagues so very well laid it out here before me. Regular order, making sure that every person's representative and every state's senator has input on the legislation. The Republican Study Committee produced a budget that would balance in 7 years. Think about that. A balanced budget. That's what all the families have to do that are living through these disastrous policies of President Biden and Democrats that have caused them to lose 1 month's income. Think about that, 8.3% inflation. It's not a hard equation. I can write it on a chalkboard for the president. You take 12 and you divide it by 8 point, or you take 1 and divide it, or 1 divided by 12 is 8.3. So you got 1 year, there's 12 months in a year, that's 8.3. Not a hard equation. Although, they don't have a problem spending money. President Reagan used to say that you can't accuse them of spending like a drunken sailor, because at least the sailor is spending his own money. What they're spending is not their money. They're spending our children's money. They are robbing the future from our children. Talk about taxation without representation. Regular order needs to be restored. When we talk about the plan we have for balancing the budget, elimination of waste, and to stop leaving a financial disaster for the next generation, those are the issues that really matter to American people that we all come here to represent. The hardworking men and women who have worked their entire life, and those who get up and go to work every day to earn a living and support their families. I am committed to fighting for what they believe is important, not what the Democrats and the president inside this beltway thinks important. He's really policies are creating an issue with people being able to take care of their family and realize the American dream. When you look at the energy policy, when you look at the massive spending, when you look at the president standing at Independence Hall telling us that half the American people aren't good. That's not how you lead a nation. That's not how you be responsible. Quite frankly, how we be responsible is we listen, we include the people with the solutions in the discussion, and we work to make sure that America is strong and safe and our children have a bright future. That's our jobs. And I'm committed to making sure that I help all my colleagues here in Congress achieve that goal. So I thank the gentleman again, and I yield back.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for his wonderful comments. What's one of the things that's most frustrating about this is not only, as the gentleman just mentioned, the administration doesn't seem to understand the impact of their policies that have led to these rising prices and the pain that is causing for people in our districts.
Excuse me if I may jump back in. I don't think you could do this by accident. I mean, even to get things this bad, I don't know that you could do it by accident, quite frankly. I mean, it's an assault on American energy. It's an assault on American jobs. I just wonder what's going to happen when somebody has an electric vehicle and they get home from a long day's work and they're told they can't charge their vehicle and their child needs to be rushed to the doctor or the hospital. You know, I know when my son was 3, he had an accident, and we got him to the hospital, and they life flighted him to the trauma center. And if we'd have run out of gas, he'd have died. So you know what? I think maybe they need to think about Americans and Americans' priorities, which is their family, and what it means to have the American dream. I've benefited from living the American dream. A kid as poor as I was would have been labeled as disadvantaged or at risk, and we didn't let our government label us or anyone else. We worked hard, and we realized the American dream, and I just want that to be alive and well for future generations. So I'll stop pontificating, but I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening.
Thank you to the gentleman for being here. We talked about what they've referred to as the Inflation Reduction Act. I think a better title for it is the Expensive Attempt to Distract Voters Act. We know the bill will not cut the deficit, and we know CBO has said that the bill will have a tiny effect on inflation, and Penn Wharton institution in my state estimates that the bill would increase this inflation this year and next. So how can you call a bill the Inflation Reduction Act if it doesn't actually decrease inflation? Then shortly after that, in fact just 8 days later, you would think at some point the president would stop the spending spree. At some point, there'd be a connection made with all of the spending, the rising deficits and debt, and the rising prices. But what did the president do? Just 8 days later, he unilaterally, we think unconstitutionally, but unilaterally, spent more than $500 billion on blanket student loan forgiveness, much of which went to high-income earners. $500 billion, $500 billion. One constituent in my district went out and talked to some workers in a foundry. You should have heard what they said about this bill. But one of them said, why should I, or why should a plumber need to pay the tuition and the debt for a medical student, or maybe a graduate medical student? They're angry that they are being asked. They're working hard every day, trying to deal with the rising prices, trying to make ends meet, going back to work out of retirement. And then the president comes along and says, we're going to ask you to pay for the 16% of Americans who have student debt. Makes absolutely no sense to them, and makes no sense when you're trying to implement fiscal policies that will tackle the rising prices and help the American people. And with that, I'd like to welcome my next friend and colleague, who's a fellow member of the House Budget Committee, Mr. Jay Obernolte of California. Mr. Obernolte also serves on the National Resources and Science, Space, and Technology committees, and we spent some time earlier this year down at the border, which is another catastrophe I don't think we're going to be talking about tonight, but it's been a wonderful member of Congress, been great getting to know with you, and appreciate you being here this evening.
Well, thank you. I thank the member for yielding, and Madam Speaker, I stand deeply concerned today about the state of our economy. Last week, the Department of Labor released the latest statistics for inflation in the United States. It shows that inflation continues to occur here at a rate above 8%, a 40-year high. Even more alarmingly, the Department of Labor says that core inflation has increased in August over the month of July, and that real wages have declined 3.4% on an annualized basis. What that means is that my constituents cannot buy the same quantity of the things that they need this year as they could last year, even if they got a raise for the labor that they produce. Madam Speaker, I hear every single day from constituents who are desperate because of the results of this inflation. And imagine my embarrassment when I have to tell them that this inflation was caused by the actions of their own federal government. Economists have already answered the question of why we're experiencing this inflation. It's a combination of several things. As our economy emerges from the pandemic, there's been an increased demand for goods and services, and a constrained supply chain which restricts our ability to respond to that increased demand. And economists will say that will make prices go up. But the other thing that has occurred is that this federal government has dumped almost $5 trillion of excess government spending into our economy over the last 18 months. $5 trillion. To give you an idea of how big that number is in context, normally our federal government only spends about $5 trillion in a given year. So we are increasing government spending by a rate of almost double that of the normal rate. And Madam Speaker, when that occurs, you put even more pressure on goods and services, and that causes prices to increase further. Earlier this year, the San Francisco branch of the Federal Reserve Bank wondered why inflation was so much worse here in the United States than that experienced by other countries, particularly in Europe. So they did a study, and several months ago, they released the results of this study. And their findings were stark. They said that deficit government spending is at the root cause of why inflation is so much worse here in the United States than it is in other countries. Madam Speaker, when the actions of government result in people paying more, that's called a tax. And inflation in the United States represents an unseen tax paid by every single American family. And unfortunately, this is a tax that is borne disproportionately by those who can least afford to pay it, the impoverished and the working poor in this country. But I have an even deeper concern this evening, Madam Speaker. Several weeks ago, the Congressional Budget Office released their long-term fiscal forecast, in which they analyze the finances of the United States over the next 30 years. They do this every year, and Congress, frankly, never pays attention. Well, Madam Speaker, Congress and the American people need to start paying attention to what the CBO has to say. The CBO says that our current national debt stands at over $30 trillion. If you do the math, that is over $90,000 for every single American man, woman, and child, over $90,000 each, and that's today. The CBO says that right now our federal government runs a deficit of about 30% of all federal spending. That represents about 4% of our gross domestic product. But at the end of the forecast period, the CBO says that our deficit will nearly triple to 11% of our GDP. At that time, just paying interest on the national debt will eclipse all of our federal spending on Social Security. It will eclipse all of our federal spending on Medicare. In fact, it will become the single largest expenditure of federal government, requiring over half of all federal tax revenue to pay. Over half. And that's under the current fiscal conditions. Ironically, the Federal Reserve Bank is being forced to raise interest rates as a result of the inflation that this federal government has caused. Every time the Fed takes the action that they are likely to take this week in raising the discount rate by 3/4 of a point, it increases the cost of our interest payments on our national debt by $180 billion a year, which makes the problem even worse. In fact, the CBO says that if the Federal Reserve is forced to raise interest rates by 3 percentage points, and we know that they've already gotten about halfway there, that by the end of their forecast period, just paying interest on the national debt will consume over 100% of federal tax revenues. In other words, Madam Speaker, we won't even have enough money to pay the interest on the debt that we have rung up. That is unacceptable. This should be something that everyone in this chamber is talking about, because what the CBO says is that sometime in the next 30 years there will come a day of reckoning. And the sooner it comes, the less painful it will be. It will be painful no matter what we do, but if we wait, it will be extremely painful. Madam Speaker, we must get our fiscal house in order. And the only way to solve this problem is to reduce our habit of deficit spending. Now, I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to say this is an easily solved problem. The problem is that we don't tax Americans enough. Well, the CBO had an answer to that too. They said that over the next 30 years in their forecast period, average federal tax revenues will be over 18%. That is that is a substantial increase over the current federal tax revenue over the last 50 years. In other words, Madam Speaker, what we have is not a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. And the only way we can get this problem under control is to reduce our federal spending and control our deficit. Madam Speaker, almost every year in this chamber, multiple bills are introduced attempting to impose a balanced budget requirement, sometimes within our House rules, sometimes within our federal Constitution. I myself introduced a balanced budget amendment last year in this chamber. We try to do it in a responsible way that won't disrupt the economy. We do it over a 5-year phase-in period. We allow for periods of fiscal emergency to be declared in which the President, with the concurrence of Congress, can override the requirement that the federal budget be balanced in times of warfare or in times of economic crisis. But, Madam Speaker, we must pay attention to this problem. We must balance our federal budget. If we do not, not only us, but our children will pay the terrible consequence. I yield back.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for his wonderful comments outlining the problem that we're faced with here. And it sounds like we're up here criticizing the administration, and certainly we are, but it's far beyond that. I think to address a problem, whether it seems like an abstract problem or something that will happen in the future, to address the problem, we must first understand it and recognize that the problem exists. And the policies of this administration do not seem to understand that there is a real crisis up ahead if we don't take steps now to change the trajectory. I have a chart here beside me, and a few of the other speakers have mentioned this tonight. The amount of spending that this administration has incurred above the $4 to $5 trillion that we spend in the federal government every year. This is an outline of the major policies, starting with the American Rescue Plan and on, with student debt is most recent. $4.8 trillion, $4.8 trillion in less than 2 years in office. $4.8 trillion. It seems like the response of this administration to every problem is just to throw money at it. And it's money we don't have. The response is to print money and to take money, to spend the money of our future generations. He did this with the American Rescue Plan, $1.9 trillion. At that time, Democrat economist Larry Summers said that was the worst macroeconomic policy of 40, the worst macroeconomic policy, and a mistake that would end in double-digit inflation, and he ended up being exactly right on that. His response to helping veterans recovering from burn pits, which was once a strong bipartisan policy that I was proud to support, but his response was to throw $667 billion in new mandatory spending at the problem, ignoring bipartisan alternatives that were responsibly paid for and doubling the fiscal impact of the VA in the process. $4.8 trillion in less than 2 years in office. So why are we talking about this tonight? And why are some more and more, a growing number of members in Congress concerned about this? Is there any hope? And I would say that despite the current fiscal challenges that we face, hope is not lost. We can ensure that America's best days still lie ahead. And I'm optimistic that we can do that in Congress. We can do that in the federal government. Wouldn't it be great? Imagine 20 years from now, we look back to the next Congress, the 118th Congress. If we look back 20 years from now, and we were able to say that that was the Congress that began to change America and that saved the future of America. We can do it if we decide that's what we will do. We cannot afford, we simply cannot afford the continued spending policies of this administration. We can't afford to continue on this destructive, wasteful path. We can't afford to delay and to kick the can down the road. We need to begin to seriously recommit to fiscal responsibility by meaningfully reducing spending and reducing deficits while investing in policies that ensure growth. We need to reject any increases to mandatory spending. We need to enforce, and several other speakers mentioned this tonight, but we have budget rules in Congress that have simply been ignored for decades. We need to enforce our own budget rules that this body set for itself and set for the federal government, and not simply look the other way as we routinely pass bills increasing spending, increasing mandatory spending by billions of dollars. You know, there's a measure of our total debt that I think is worth looking at. Compare it to our total economic output as a nation, or the gross domestic product. Currently, we're at about 130%. Our debt is 130% of GDP. And that's projected to increase as far as we can project at this point. About $1 trillion, we're $30 trillion now, increase over $1 trillion per year under the policies of this administration and previous administrations. That debt will eclipse 185% of GDP by 2052 on the current path. We know how it ends. Every country in history that has spent more money than it had, that has overtaxed and overspent, has failed. It doesn't end well. And while we may think this is a problem far in the future that future generations can take care of, at some point, we will see the devastating impact if we don't change the trajectory. If we don't reverse course, we risk the full faith and credit of the United States, which would put us under threat of a sovereign debt crisis and economic fallout that we've seen elsewhere in nations across the world. It'll take discipline. It'll take reducing our spending. It'll take investing in pro-growth policies similar to those that we implemented just a few years ago that created the booming economy that we had at that time. I want to say I appreciate the comments of a number of my colleagues here. I appreciate the interest in this crisis. It truly is a crisis. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to put forward a sustainable, forward-thinking budget next Congress that both reduces federal spending, implements those pro-growth policies, and puts our country back on a sustainable fiscal future. We can do it, and we must do it for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.